in terms of your vision to these companies? What do you want them to come and do? How do you see their contributions in a new era? And I would like maybe just to try and summarize those in very clear points.
Well, first is a change in the way in which they value Africa and us. There's an essential need to reevaluate the way in which we are viewed. We are a resource, we're thinking, living, heart-beating people who want to participate in providing solutions. And we are ready. We have systems in place that would accommodate the onboarding of their investment. Two, we have institutions that may not be as sophisticated as that which they are used to, but if we are to achieve this, not just for ourselves, but for the good of the globe and humanity, it is their innate responsibility, because they bear the greatest capacity to help develop those institutions to generate the solutions that we need. And three, we're asking them to invest their money so they get a return on that investment. And all we ask is we get a fair share of that, and we'll protect it, and I swear to God, we'll make sure that they go home happy, if ever they go home. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before I go to His Excellency Alar Karis, perhaps I would ask the same question to His Excellency, the President of Zimbabwe. President, how do you see the role of the international private sector and the technology sector in terms of Zimbabwe's vision for 2030 and managing climate change?
The threat to global capital is evident. And in my view, it is time that global capital spreads its wings, even to areas where perception is different from reality. We have suffered a lot because of perception. I think time has come where the gap must be narrowed between perception and reality. And the reality is that global capital, to continue to survive, to continue to grow, must embrace developing countries. On our part as developing countries, it is necessary that we create conditions to attract global capital in those areas. Climate change affects both issues of economic growth, issues of social cohesion in our respective countries. Currently in Africa, the problems that we are facing in the Horn of Africa, we in the South cannot say it's a problem in the Horn of Africa, because we know that the same problems one day will reach us. We should be able to talk to each other. We should be able to share these challenges together. And for global capital to assist, we should be able to create conditions for that capital to feel safe in our own economic jurisdictions. It is critically important. At the end of the day, we must rise above the issue of them and us. Because what is currently in existence, as I look at it myself, the world is divided into them, and us. And these divisions bring about a mentality where you feel you must belong to them or you belong to us. So that must be removed so that we all get worried when a problem or challenge affects a region, because someday the same will come to us. So let us begin thinking as one people. Doesn't matter which region. Let us begin thinking. It's like a body, of human body. You see, you cannot ignore that because one toe of your foot has been taken off and say don't care because it hardly does much on the body. It's already a part of your body, so you must get worried when it gets injured. But currently we say, no, I am the head, I'm not worried about what the left hand is doing, but as long as my head can see, can hear, and so on, can think. So the entire nation must think like a body which is complete. Currently, we are dismembered. I think the current crop of leadership worldwide, yes, we are against and we are worried about climate change, but it's a wake-up call to us all that we should not continue to be different. It will take really resolve on part of the current crop of leadership across the board to cross boundaries and say, let us embrace each other and fight this challenge together. This is what I believe in.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'll borrow your words. Let us embrace each other and let us work together. And in my question to His Excellency President Karis, Estonia has had great leadership while it was president of the United Nations Environment Assembly in 2019 in leading key initiatives that look at big data, at transparency, at science, at technology and digitization. And from this perspective, you launched the DEAL initiative, the Data for the Environment Alliance, with focus on empowering countries, building resilience through transparency, through data, through technology, through digitization. From that perspective, I'd like to ask you two things. The first is your perspective in terms of development cooperation. What can be done to further Africa's vision in terms of building resilience and technology empowerment to achieve the goals that leave no one behind? How does development cooperation need to evolve? And on the other hand, of course, your own initiative, the DEAL initiative, the Data for the Environment Alliance, how does it create opportunities and a new brand of international cooperation?
Thank you for this question. And maybe it's easy if I take this position over there, and because I made some notes, and you can. For me, it's easier to follow, and you can ask questions. So thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to be here and address the crucial topic of climate resilience in Africa. And I'm very grateful, His Excellency President Azizi, for giving me this opportunity to share some thoughts and Estonian experience with you. Africa bears an enormous burden of adverse climate impacts, even if Africa is responsible for only a small fraction of global greenhouse gas emissions. But this grim reality is not stopping your growth. African countries have already did so much to combat climate change, from connecting households to solar mini-grids, using renewable energy in agricultural production, to adopting sustainable agriculture practices and improving the sustainability of timber supply. But the very same climate change can undo the progress Africa has achieved so far. To be truly successful, we need to unleash the huge potential of digital transformation for climate action and reducing emission. And Africa, just like India, is no stranger to the digitalization. Estonia started all over only 30 years ago. There was little choice. I will invest into technology and digital development and leapfrog more advanced nations by taking a calculated risk of exploring venues. All the others are steadily moving ahead and you stay behind. We chose digital transition, focusing on e-governance and cybersecurity. This has helped us to become more transparent, secure, and efficient country. Digitalization not only saves time, but provides new business opportunities and drives competitiveness. We are glad to see the same attitude in so many African countries. Africa is leapfrogging to digital transformation like Estonia did. Obviously, there is an environmental footprint also for digital solutions, but it is possible to reduce it. And Africa has a great advantage in this field as data centers, for example, can use only renewable energy. Digital solutions rely on accessible and high quality data, but so do environment solutions. Estonia is a firm believer in data-driven decision making. Rapid and targeted response to climate change requires accessible and quality data and the deployment of data-driven technologies, such as smart grid or artificial intelligence. That is why Estonia has worked for the development of a very first global environmental data strategy in UNEP, and we look forward to this strategy in 2025. UNEP has also helped us to highlight the importance of environmental data by recently launching a global collaboration platform called DEAL, Data for the Environment Alliance, mentioned already earlier. Using quality environmental data and new technologies build for foresight capacity for climate and environmental risk reduction, disaster preparedness. So how do we drive digital transition and achieve climate resilience? We need to collect data. We need to avoid manipulations with data, and we need to share with each other. And DEAL stands for all of this. Under DEAL, more than 30 countries and organizations are currently collaborating to show political leadership on environmental data, raise awareness, build capacity for data management, and exchange best practices. We see huge potential collaborating with African countries to make rapid progress towards accessible data and innovative solutions. Because your ambition, energy, and innovative spirit is truly admirable. Estonia stands ready to launch some first pilot projects, and we are very glad of our interest we have encountered, for example, in Kenya. We need to develop and use more data-driven and science-based solutions to monitor, measure, understand, and communicate the effects of climate change and speed up our adaptation actions. For example, we are developing a smart rainwater management system in Estonia that takes climate adaptation and the growth of cities into account and reduces pollution caused by heavy rains and floods. To face the challenges of climate change, cities need to become greener and play the important role in maintaining and restoring biodiversity through nature-based solutions. Traditional data collection cannot be the only source of data. Earth observations benefit both developed and developing countries. The use of satellite data to predict and manage environmental disasters plays an important role in increasing resilience to changing climate. In Estonia, we have developed numerous solutions and prototypes based on remote sensing and satellite data to monitor more effectively forest resources, the risks of possible floods in coastal areas or ice conditions. It would be our pleasure to pilot these solutions on the deal in developing countries most affected by climate change. Promoting digital transformation, ensuring accessible quality data, and supporting partnership. These are the keys to progress, not just in Africa, but around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now, I would love to turn to Inger Andersen, Executive Director of UNEP. And Inger, you have a very unique opportunity in UNEP in order to move forward with many of the recommendations that are made in the world for environmental multilateralism by convening all the member states together during the UN Environment Assembly. My question is in regards to this climate COP. What is your aspiration and how UNEP would play a role in leading the recommendation to achieve climate resilience, especially in regards to Africa?
Well, let me just say that it is a great privilege to speak in front of these presidents, and this mic is not so. Let me start by saying that it is a wonderful, wonderful privilege to speak in front of two distinguished presidents from Africa, one from Europe, and to listen to what you, gentlemen, have been speaking about for your countries. I took careful note, President Musisi, when you were speaking about the four musts. Locking in, let's avoid that we lock in greenhouse gases, you said. Let's make sure that others understand this investment market that there is out there. Let's understand that Africa has an amazing workforce, young, entrepreneurial, smart, well-educated, innovative, pushing boundaries. This is the future. Other countries are aging, the continent is not. And then you said, Africa, you said, there's biodiversity. And then I hear from His Excellency President of Zimbabwe, and this is what we need to understand. Africa is not sitting back and waiting for charity to arrive on its doors. No. What you said, sir, you said, we understand that there's an equal duty. Actually, under Paris, that's not even so, but Africa is leaning in. But that also means that the rest of the world needs to understand that there are opportunities here because this is the future market. And so development aid of yesterday, your grandfather's development aid, is not what is needed today. These markets are ready, willing, and able, and you have customers, you have opportunities. So for us at UNEP, hearing such moving and powerful interventions is very, very critical. What I want to say is here that for UNEP, we understand that the science that we deliver has to be helped into policy setting so that in turn these investments can come. Investments don't come without the right policies. And some of these policies need to enable green investment, enable green jobs, enable opportunities. And I am seeing this all around me. Look, I can't speak for Kenya, I can't speak for the continent, but I have the great privilege of living in Kenya and living on the African continent. And I say this, when I see country after country on the continent figuring out how to invest in renewable, it could be solar, it could be geothermal, it could be wind, and yes, it could be hydro. and even some countries talking about green hydrogen and moving into e-mobility. This is the continent of the future. And so we at UNED, we hold up the science. When we are asked, we support countries with the policies so that these investments can be enabled. Later on, our colleague from the UNFFI will speak to this. But it's absolutely critical. And yes, we need to understand that while Africa has contributed nothing, I mean literally nothing, to CO2 emissions, this is a continent that gets hit by one wave after the other. Floods, droughts, locusts, things that it has not done a thing to do, to enable. And so, this whole conversation about loss and damage, this whole conversation about climate finance, it is high time that we find solutions to this. And saying so, I say with the very word, quoting His Excellency the President, he says, we have equal duty. How refined that is, how fine that is. Because of course, the rest of the world has an even greater duty because they have caused this catastrophe to the continent and to many, many poorer communities, and it's absolutely critical that they lean in at this time for justice and for a sustainable future.
Inger, thank you so much for this. And we look forward to seeing this promise of support as we build towards the next UN Environment Assembly. Now, a few words about the role of the private sector and industry, especially the technology sector, and the role of finance.
Well, I mean, the private sector will always go, and this is a fact, where there is a profit to be made. But the private sector needs to know that the days of taking stuff out of the continent and then leaving the profit in another continent, those days are long over. And so it is high time that it is high time that we understand that long-term sustainability investments can only be made if you find a way of having an equal benefit from this. And that means, yes, there are resources, raw materials in Africa, but do your assembly, do your processing on the continent. Create jobs, create opportunity, create growth. This has to be part and parcel of the story. I'm seeing now some companies that are in the e-mobility establishing plants of assembly on the continent. Bravo to them. Two-wheelers, three-wheelers, that kind of thing. More of that stuff is needed. I'm seeing some companies now creating renewable energy infrastructure on the continent. Bravo to them. So I think that private sector needs to understand that yesterday's private sector that was based on exploitation cannot be and will not be accepted by any head of state as today's investment. And so this is an important element. Investments should be based on partnership. And so that's one point. The second point is, think about this. You can cut the proverbial forest empty and have a great quarterly return. But then what? You can fish the oceans empty and have a great quarterly return. But then what? So the interest right now, as we heard Guterres say, we are hitting the 8th billion child will soon be born. Well, we are hitting a sign where we have to find in our investments from the private sector, always calculating sustainability as part of that, which is why I love what you said, President, because you mentioned natural capital accounting and understanding that the wealth of what we have in our nature is critical to our long-term sustainability.
Thank you very much indeed. We turn now to industry, and we'd love to hear from them, and maybe they will have questions for you. So I would like to start with Nicholas Gustafsson, Vice President and Head of Public Policy and Regulatory Affairs, the Volvo Group. Nicholas, I want you to tell me more about how the African continent can build the infrastructure. How can you help as Volvo in spreading electrification technologies, and building in a more sustainable manner, obviously? And also, what is the role of your company, as you see it, in realizing Africa's vision?
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, it's very nice to be here. I'm very grateful on Volvo Group's behalf that we are invited here to take part of this dialogue. Volvo Group is producing trucks and buses and construction equipment, sometimes confused with Volvo cars, which we are not part of. They are not part of Volvo Group any longer. So I'm talking about commercial vehicles here, and commercial vehicle industry, and our ambitions and footprint that we have in Africa will focus on the transition then. We are some 100,000 people in the Volvo Group, many of them in Africa. We are producing in 19 different countries worldwide. We are one of the largest truck manufacturers in the world. And we also have production facilities here in Africa. First thing, on policies and clear ambitions and long-term targets and getting that roadmap in there. We have signed up, of course, committed to the Paris Agreement. We signed up for the science-based target, which is now more than 4,000 companies actually doing, which is great. And I urge everyone in the private sector in the room, if no one yet signed up for the science-based target, it gives you a roadmap, gives you stability, gives you a chance to make a change for real, because this change, this transition takes some time, to be honest and fair. And it's not too much connected to policies that changes now and then. When we are committed in the private sector to do the right thing, we can do the right thing. The need to transform and to act against the impact of climate change is a global priority, of course. Yet the speed of that sustainable revolution happens at different paces. We have heard that today already, in different parts of the world. The disproportionate responsibility placed on Africa, which contributes less than 4% of the world's energy-related emissions, but faces serious consequences to the lives and livelihood of its people as a result of global warming, cannot be underplayed. We need to empower a climate-resilient Africa for the 21st century. So let me now just for a minute or so talk about the transport sector and the wonderful world of trucks technologies going forward and the technology leaps connected to it, focusing on Africa. Volvo Group then, we can contribute with a more sustainable transport solutions, both for the mining industry that will be needed also in the future, not at least for battery production and so on. That we can do fully electric and automated and connected with machines and trucks that are most safer, cleaner and more productive. And this can be one part of the solution. The other one is to move all other forms of vehicles, such as logistics vehicles, long-haul distribution trucks, urban transport solutions, and road construction equipment. Moving people, moving goods. We need to find a way of doing that in a more sustainable way, right?
Nicholas, I'll interrupt you.
Yeah.
What is stopping us?
Yeah.
Why aren't we already doing that?
Great. I was just coming to that. I admit, we are making quick progress in this in other parts of the world, in more developed, if you like, in parts like Europe and North America. And we are commercializing this now with the electrification of trucks. And it takes a little bit more time in other parts of the world. But I want to say this is the time to be pragmatic and find solutions for all parts of the world. Coming back again, being a European-based company, that doesn't matter at all. We are committed to a science-based target, and we are present in 190 countries all over the world, all the countries in Africa. Of course, that needs to be part of the solution. Maybe not at all the same solution as in Europe and in North America, for instance. But there is no one silver bullet, and we do have solutions for Africa in this as well.
Then let me ask you, what kind of policies need to be put in place, if they are not already there, in order to encourage faster, more potent solutions And is there a role for the investment sector
Absolutely.
and for international cooperation?
Absolutely. We are talking about a quite dramatic transformation of this transport industry, and that can only be done in partnership. It goes for Africa, it goes also, by the way, for the rest of the world. It doesn't matter if Volvo Group can produce fuel cell electric trucks or battery electric trucks, which we can. We need to have the green energy, we need the policies connected to the green energy, be it green electricity, green hydrogen, doesn't matter too much to us, we can go for all of it. Or green biofuels, we can go for that as well. Maybe the internal combustion engine will possibly live longer on the African continent than on other continents, possibly. In that case, we need to make that green as well, by green hydrogen and green biofuels. We need policies to support that. We need the partnerships to secure that we have all the parts of the solution, meaning green energy, the green trucks, of course, but also the taxation models to make sure that the transport sector as such is actually shifting to these new technologies. In this world, people are used, in the transport world, people are used by filling up fossil diesel for 100 years, right? And it takes a little bit of mindset change. Some incentives and taxation models to put a right price on carbon can fix that problem quite easily. If we can have governments that stay in power and keep that price on carbon model, please make it happen, and it will go much quicker for us. It's not all about innovation and technology shift. That we can do, I claim, in the private sector. It's more about changing the society system to go for real. And then it is economic incentives and taxation models, I think. And it's skills. We need to invest in workforce and innovation, as President Masisi goes into here earlier on. And here we, of course, in private sector can't just rely on governments to do that. We need to engage ourselves. So we are doing a lot of, I won't have time to go into all the initiatives that we do, but we do training of a lot of engineers, all the way from vocational training to real advanced training, and to have a special focus on women. We have women training to go to be truck drivers, to have their own truck operations, own their own trucks and so on. Very, very exciting, I tell you.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, I am going to pose two questions to our friends in the private sector, and I'm going to ask you to answer them as quickly as you can and as focused as you can. The first question is, how can technology help lead transformation in Africa from your point of view? How your technology can help the transformation? And the next question is, what kind of policies are required to encourage technology giants to build roots and create a meaningful presence in African countries, very much along the lines that Their Excellencies explained and that the Executive Director of UNEP talked about, not only in terms of the uptake of the technologies, but also in terms of manufacturing, assembly, building capacity, and wider investment. So, Sébastien Ries, Schneider Electric.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests. So,
Raise your voice.
thank you. So, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests. So, in terms of technology, technology can help a lot. Schneider today has become a digital company, has made this transformation 10 years ago. And we are becoming today your digital partners for efficiency and sustainability. I will take a very concrete example. We talk about access to energy in Africa. Access to energy to Africa is crucial because thanks to energy, you will be able to have access to healthcare, you will be able to have access to education, you will be able to have access to business, to develop and grow your business, right? And today, this access to energy is feasible thanks to electrification, thanks to energy efficiency, and thanks to the renewable. And that's where the technology can plug those three dimensions to make it happen, and guess what? Making it happening while being sustainable, while still limiting, same as Africa is doing, its CO2 emission, only 4% of the total emission worldwide, while the population is close to 20%. And this is the technology that is able to bridge those dimensions to make it happen. Then in terms of policies, it's very difficult to answer that question. I prefer to answer it from the side, the will. I see at Schneider that we do want to grow sustainability. Schneider has been named the most sustainable company in 2021 by Corporate Knights. We had started our sustainability journey in 2005 with the sustainability barometer. Today, at group level, we have the Schneider Sustainability Impact Program, which is part of our KPIs from all management side. And for me, this is the best way to make it happen. And we are committed to deliver by 2025 80% of our revenues coming from green business. For the point of Africa, Schneider Electric, 5,000 employees, several factories, several distribution centers, and here in Egypt, we have not only for Africa, but for Middle East and Africa, and also addressing part of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Now I'm going to move to Philips. And Mohammed, maybe you can come and speak from here and raise your voice if you don't mind.
Excellencies, my dear Shireen, esteemed guests, thank you very much for your attention and listening. Well, actually, it's a very exciting discussion today about how technology can bridge the sustainability efficiency for the world and especially for Africa. So in Philips, we are the world leaders in lighting industry, and Philips Lighting, that's now known as Signify, okay, in which we think that we can change the world by taking really serious actions in innovation and in technology bridging to the different citizens of the world. So I just give you a very simple example on how this can create efficiency. If you think of conventional lighting, okay, you're thinking about 100 scale of consumption. If you just introduce modern, high efficiency LED lighting, you would reduce this consumption by 50%. If you connect it and you make it smart and you bring smart lighting to cities, you would reduce the consumption by an additional 30%. So this generates in a fact that if you, with the world population growth, with African population growth, you would, if you just enlighten these cities with traditional lighting, you would need to construct 250 power stations that consume carbon, that consume charcoal, and that consume really highly polluted industries. So you imagine the amount of saving by deploying new technologies.
Mohammed, I will interrupt you here.
Yeah.
And perhaps what we need to know is, today, now, what is the role of Signify, Philips? How can we actually further our work and our efforts in order to have a more constructive presence in the African continent in order to achieve Africa's vision?
That's a brilliant question. Thank you, Shireen. Actually, we believe in Signify that it's a partnership between three different parties. The partnership starts always with government partnership, where we expect from governments to have some strange regulations on how we can deploy technology in the countries, how we can really bridge the transfer of this technology to the African continent without any doubts of copying, without any doubts of losing the patent that we build up by investing lots and lots and lots of monies from multinational companies on developing these patents, and by also guaranteeing a way of transparency in the way that this type of technology is deployed in the African countries. So this is number one way of doing it. Number two of doing it is by bringing really to the table multilateral organizations. We have to partnership with multilateral organizations for financing aspects, for financial package stimulus, for capacity to deploy fast, for green economy packages and so on and so forth. And number three, definitely we need to have innovation collaboration between big multinational companies and also regional innovation hubs that will bridge this technology to the continent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Before we move to the digital sector, I want to ask their excellencies and also Inger, do you have any questions or any comments that you would like to make to our three speakers so far, Schneider, Volvo, and Signify Philips?
Just to let them know that Botswana is open for business. I look forward to them coming. If they don't come, I'll be coming after them.
Well, we must be very honest. Partnerships. It's critically important that we have these partnerships. But in my own thinking as a villager, an ordinary person, if you put a partnership between a cow and a buffalo, it is problematic. So it is necessary that the buffalo must know it is in partnership with the cow, and the cow must know it is in partnership with the buffalo. Because the strengths are different. Secondly, the world is like the, what we say, animal farm. Again, we must accept that is the reality. So that all of us know we are moving, others are moving up, others are lending their hand to support those who are moving up. This is a reality. Now, we in the third world, developing countries, we need to leapfrog in our development. But to do so, we need to be assisted to do so. If we are left on our own, the pace of development will take longer. My brother here has said Botswana is open for business. I think he should have said SADC is open for business for everybody. We have the resources. Africa is a continent, I understand. I'm not a mathematician. I understand that about 65% of the population, of the African population is below 35 years of age, which means the potential is extremely high. And how did the other countries in the north become where they are? It is because they embrace the science and technology. So assist us in our development to have in our universities innovations, innovation hubs, industrial parks, to impart science and technology for us to develop. Unless I'm wrong, but I believe that every country that is developed today embraces the science and technology. This is where we in Africa must follow those footsteps. Of course, avoiding the pitfalls created by those who are now advanced. For instance, the question of climate change. We have the two biggest economies, America and China. But if we all stand up and say we must accuse America and accuse China for this thing, we will not go anywhere. We must accept that this has happened. Let us all not look backwards, look forward into the future and say, what can we do together, the big and the small? I thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. We have two sectors that we are going to invite now to the floor. Oh, Your Excellency.
Sorry, just a couple of words about partnership. Estonia is a small country, but our companies are already here, present in Africa. And just recently we signed an agreement between Egypt government and our company to share the experience what we have to build up e-governance and so forth. So Africa is open, and we are open to come over here. So be prepared.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And now to a topic that is very close to your heart, digitization and big data. I'm very pleased to invite Kate Brandt, Chief Sustainability Officer of Google, to come and share with us your role in empowering the digitization of the African continent and to help African countries leapfrog.
Thank you so much, Your Excellencies, distinguished panelists and guests. It's such a pleasure to be here with you this afternoon. At Google, our CEO, Sundar Pichai, has said that Africa is a place where innovation begins. And while we all know that, as we've been discussing today, the African continent is disproportionately affected by a global climate crisis and environmental challenges, I'm also very heartened to be a part of this conversation. So in terms of the role of technology, our journey in Africa actually began 15 years ago in Kenya. And last year we took our largest step yet, which is we announced that we will be investing $1 billion in Africa over the next 5 years to support the continent's digital transformation. And so I just want to share 3 brief examples with you of the work that we have underway. Just last week, we announced that we've expanded the work that we are doing on utilizing AI to do much better predictions of flooding. We know that flooding is deadly for millions of people around the world, and so we have expanded this tool into 15 river basins across Africa, in countries from Cameroon to Nigeria to South Africa and many others. We've also talked a bit about agriculture today, and that we know that pest infestations threaten entire crops and livelihoods. So we've been collaborating with 2 organizations, InstaDeep and the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations. And our team in Ghana at our AI center there is using AI to help detect locusts and their outbreaks in ways that we can control them much more quickly. And then lastly, we are building both climate change mitigation and adaptation impact by looking at buildings data. Our AI lab in Ghana is utilizing satellite imagery as well as machine learning to detect billions of distinct structures across Africa. And this is now an open data set for 50 different countries. And this data is being used for United Nations, governments, and nonprofits for various applications, from humanitarian response to climate change. And this is technology that's been developed in Africa, and it's now being expanded to Asia and other parts of the world. So I just want to close by saying we are so proud of our long history of partnership in Africa. We're so excited to be your partners, and thank you so much for having me here today.
Thank you very much, Kate. And now I'm very pleased to move to our colleagues in IBM. We are pleased to have Sherry Hinish, who heads Sustainability Services in IBM. And I would like to address the issue of data integration and the technologies that empower these processes, because we have a lot of data, but little knowledge that is available to share. So data integration plays a very important role in that, and your technologies have been helping us in UNEP on marine litter, for example, in trying to bring some progress into that conversation. So Sherry, please.
Absolutely, thank you. It's such a pleasure to be here and share on behalf of IBM. I think just in terms of the role of technology as an accelerator and also an enabler in terms of sustainable transformation and transition, I'd like to say that data is at the heart of this and answer your direct question, but I'm not sure that that's the right answer after listening and having a learning harvest from the words that were said. It's really putting the human experience and community resilience at the center of digital transformation. And what I mean by that is, let's just say you have the data, you can aggregate, automate, visualize, monitor, and report. How is it real for that one individual in an African community? How can they have the power of climate, weather, for food security in the palm of their hand? How can they participate in a global economy equitably, including the right incentives in regenerative agriculture and all of the financing mechanisms that are needed to help human beings make better, different, and more responsible decisions? So it's not just data, it's putting the human experience and trust at the center of every decision that we make today and moving forward. Data is very important in terms of looking at the cost of climate and the cost of defecting. It's very hard to measure. It's also very hard just to get to that single pane of glass of visualization where you can make different, smarter decisions, including a lot of the discussion that we've had here in today around financing the change, the accountability associated with high-emitting business and industry, and how we can actually make this relatable to everyone. For the most part, a lot of the technologies that my team leads at IBM and the partnerships, the tri-sector partnerships that we have with government, community, and business, it can feel a bit like a black box. I loved all the comments around education, R&D investment, and Africa's ready, Africa's capable, Africa's ripe. What are you waiting for and what's holding you back? The time is now. The other thing, exponential technology, everything that we need, AI, quantum, blockchain, edge technology, IoT, I could go on and on. It exists right now. People are using it right now. We have to not only have the intention, but move from ambition to information to action. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. In a second, we will hear from Anthony Lee, President of the International Copper Association, about how decarbonize the mining industry. But before that, I'd like to hear from Inga a commentary from the multilateral kind of perspective.
Well, I was very taken with the last speaker because I think that's exactly right. As I say, I have the privilege of living on the continent. And I have seen startups and I have seen young folks who can positively hack. I don't mean negatively hack, but who can do anything and everything with data. We're sitting here with a vice president from the African Development Bank. They are investing, and I hope he will get to speak, because there are extraordinary things happening on the continent. And these people can write code and all of that, but you also have data analysts understand this, so that the oceans of data becomes drops of information that policymakers can use to make the right decisions, to shift the levers like they need to do. I think that these opportunities are very real. We from UNEP, we are launching this data hub. We have the World Environment Situation Room, and we're launching a data hub that will be specifically aiming with working on capacity building with ministries of environment on the continent, so that they can derive this data. It will take some time, but we are determined to make it done so that ministries of environment have more accessible data at their fingertips. I have to say, and this is deeply embarrassing, I'm meeting with another head of state of another very important country, Sri Lanka, that has gone through some other crises. And so I beg your forgiveness that I must step off, because I'm supposed to meet him on the hour. And as you know, I don't like to be late for heads of state. So I wish can we really appreciate these amazing three leaders, two from the continent where I have the privilege to serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Inga. Well, we resume our discussion, and many thanks to the Executive Director of UNEP, to our hosts, and to our high-level panelists. Now, the mining industry has a huge presence in the African continent. It is my pleasure to invite the President of the International Copper Association, Anthony Lee, to share with us a vision as to the role of the copper industry in realizing Africa's ambition, but also in terms of decarbonization and becoming more sustainable.
Yeah, thank you very much for your question, and thank you for inviting me here today. I just wanted to say, as a preamble to that, International Copper Association has got a long history of partnering, in fact, with UNEP. I'm sorry Miss Anderson just left the stage, because I was going to say that next year will be the 25th anniversary of our collaboration with UNEP. And a lot of that has been focused on energy efficiency programs and also grid resilience programs. focused primarily in developing regions and most significantly here in Africa. So I think the copper industry has always had a recognition of its role in terms of promoting energy efficiency and grid resilience. However, I think it takes every sector to look at itself. The copper industry accounts for something like 0.2% of global emissions, 0.3%. And although that is relatively small compared to the rest of the mining sector, we know it's our responsibility to do our bit. So we have been working on a decarbonisation roadmap, and it obviously aligns with the goals of the International Council for Mining and Metals of net zero by 2050, but we've kind of gone further than that, and we've talked about intermediate goals of 2030 and 2040 for the industry as a whole. So the roadmap will be Copper the Pathway to Net Zero, and that will be coming out early in the new year. And I think it takes all sectors to work collectively to really push that agenda forward. Here in Africa in particular, going back to the programs that we run on, I noticed the title Climate Resilience. We're launching this year the Grid Efficiency and Resilience Partnership, which seeks to improve the efficiency and reliability of distribution transformers. A very practical measure that we can take. Some 44%, as much as 40% of power generation in the African continent is lost to losses in the network, and that occurs everywhere in the world, but it's particularly severe here. So I think through that partnership we're committed to try and ensure that grid losses are minimised and the grid therefore becomes more resilient.
Thank you very much indeed. The mining industry has a big role to play, especially in the continent. Do we have any idea in terms of the policies that are already in place in the world, but specifically in Africa? What can we do to encourage? I mean, copper is in every type of industry almost today. Every type of technology more or less is using it. Are there specific policies that need to be put in place that would encourage more sustainable technologies?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I will say that, yes, copper is at the bedrock of really the clean energy transition, whether that be electric mobility or renewable energy or energy efficient equipment. We won't achieve the transition without copper. And I think it's been well publicized in recent times that the net result of that is demand for copper is going to double in the next 25 years or so. So what governments all around the world can do is facilitate new mine development, obviously with sustainable conditions attached to it, that goes without saying. And I think, Africa represents a very significant resource for copper, and if governments here can facilitate project development, fast tracking, then that would really help to provide the world with this necessary material.
Thank you very much indeed. Now I would like to go to the African Development Bank. And these are our partners and our co-hosts here of the Africa Pavilion. And my question here, what are the biggest challenges that we have in financing Africa's vision, Africa's ambition to achieve climate resilience and achieve the SDGs?
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, it's a great pleasure to speak before you. The question is very key because, as we have heard from our Excellencies, Africa needs a lot of help to be able to make that transition happen. And I would dare add that without that help, the global community will not be able to achieve the climate transitions required. If you look at Africa, there are several challenges, both at the global and at the national levels, that we need to think about addressing. One, before that, there are several innovative financing options that are available, but Africa is not participating very well. Let me talk about green bonds, sustainability-linked bonds, and debt for climate swaps. These are becoming very important financing mechanisms, but Africa has only 0.26% of that. And if you look at that, why is it that Africa is not accessing it? We'll come back to capacity, the strength of the domestic markets, institutions, regulations, and different policies that African governments can make in order to attract that type of financing that is becoming a big issue with regard to these transitions. At the African Development Bank, we are doing quite a lot. As at 30th of September this year, the bank has already issued 12 green bond transactions worth up to 26 billion US dollars, denominated in several currencies. We also have the carbon markets to be able to be leveraged. But again, the same issues that I've raised constrains Africa's access to those carbon markets. But again, the global community need to create some transparency with regard to the price of carbon, the reliability of the markets, liquidity, and other voluntary regulatory issues that will allow for political will to emerge within the continent to address this going forward. Now, again, it comes back to the same issues around capacity, policies, institutions, and so on. But before I stop, the global community has a big leverage to make this happen. We are calling for reallocation of SDRs to less developed countries, especially through multilateral development banks like the African Development Bank Group, in order to fast track and leverage that financing for the continent. But again, without increased low-cost financing and concessional loans to Africa, it will be difficult for Africa to reach that mark. We estimate that Africa needs up to 1.6 trillion US dollars between now and 2030 to implement the NDCs that's already agreed to. And 80% of that was supposed to come from global climate finance. But currently, we are receiving below 20 billion, leaving almost 108 billion in dollars in financing gap every year. So I would say the key solution for Africa's transition are the 3 Fs, as my President Adesina always says: financing, financing, and financing. And if we continue to expect that Africa will make the transition without the global community meeting its own deal as part of COP27 in Paris, the global community will not meet the global sustainability goals. Thank you.
Kevin, thank you so much. Eric Usher is head of UNEP Finance Initiative, and I have the final question talking about the economics of things and the technology and the industry of things. Private finance, it's the biggest challenge. Why is it a challenge, and how do we resolve it?
Great, well, thanks very much. I'm going to make 3 points. We are seeing big momentum on mitigation today, and we have 40% of the global banking industry who has set a net zero target. 2050 is the easy part. As we heard, it's about interim targets. And on Wednesday of this week, we will issue the first progress report from the Net Zero Banking Alliance, and this is the alliance under the GFANZ program. Well, they will report on the targets they are setting. 1/3 of the banks involved are from developing countries. The capital involved in the developing world is $6 trillion US. There's a lot in the developed world, but in the developing world alone, $6 trillion. Very significant sums that are under now the targets to get to zero. They do work in sectoral level. Power sector is probably the most interesting, and you can look to see the details, but the average reductions by 2030 that they're targeting is over 50%. So a big bank in Africa or a big global bank are saying we're going to reduce our emissions by 50% in power sector, mostly lending, but also capital markets work. How are they going to do that? How are they going to achieve that? And essentially, where are they going to look? Africa's growth provides the answer. You know, some investment is going to go into Europe for sure, but where do we see growth? And how are we going to get emissions reductions on a global scale? You take big banks like Standard Chartered, like BNP Paribas, Societe Generale. They're going to drive global emissions down in their portfolios. That's going to mean that they're going to have to be investing a lot in renewables in Africa. And I think you're already seeing the steps in that direction. And we look forward to the high-level expert group that the Secretary General set up. We'll release this report tomorrow on recommendations for establishing high credibility of net zero commitments from non-state actors. Second point, we need to talk race to resilience. And I think we all agree that there has not been enough emphasis on adaptation. UNEP's adaptation gap report put out that we need to see 160 to 340 billion per year by 2030 going into adaptation. We're seeing far less. Now in Glasgow, COP26, there was a pledge to double commitments to adaptation, but we're still way behind where we need to be. We are working with the financial community, first step on understanding physical climate risks. You need to understand, you need to start managing your own risks of what you are financing, partners you are working with. We're working with the V20 on establishing a sustainable insurance facility. And so that works with the 55 most climate vulnerable economies to bring the insurance community in to have solutions for medium and small enterprise to essentially help address the insurance gap. Within these countries, there's a 90% gap in insurance coverage. So there's a lot of work to be done, but my third point is we need a new compact for public-private finance, and Africa is where it can be done. And we very much respect the leadership from the African Development Bank, are committed to get the private sector working with African Development Bank on their programs, their AFAC. I was pleased to be in Abidjan 2 weeks ago for the Financing Commons Summit, this meeting of global development banks that the African Development Bank and EIB hosted. We are pleased, we're going to host the Adaptation and Resilience Investors Collaborative, which is a partnership with DFIs, but they're asking the private sector initiative to host them. There needs to be public-private finance, has to spread its wings, to take the expression from His Excellency. And we need to move from transactional to systemic. And I think we talk a lot about that, but we need to see how to do that. Data will provide a big part of that. And we need, final point, a really ambitious new collective quantitative goal. We hope to see progress on that at this call. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric. I think each of our speakers, we could have a full session on what they presented. This is just the beginning. Next year, we launch the United Nations Science Policy Business Forum Africa, and it's going to be our second regional venture, and we hope to have more space and more time with your leadership and with your leadership to continue this conversation. I would like to hear last words from their excellencies, their thoughts and their ideas on how to move forward. But just before we do that, we give the floor to Jatobe Aziaka, who is the co-facilitator of major groups and stakeholders representing this sector globally, and also with the presence of friends from Civil Society Africa.
Thank you. Thank you. Dear Excellencies, panelists and participants, on behalf of major group at UNEP, I wish to congratulate you first for this organization and the event. This event is very important, and to allow us to get part and to participate as civil society organization in this important meeting. I want to acknowledge my colleagues here in the room, the two co-facilitators for NGO major group. The major groups of Africa, they are in the room. They are two. Before I want my word, I have listened all the interventions, the excellencies, and throughout the different interventions, I noted three key words: collaboration, co-creation, partnership. Yes, climate change is affecting all of us. Like His Excellencies, the President of Botswana said, I noted, we need to reimagine the investment. And this must be done also in the spirit of leaving no one behind. It's very important. So for that, civil society organization work is very important because we have expertise. We can contribute. We are at the ground, grassroots, we see, we work with the communities. And for this, our work is very important to support you, the leaders, the government, private sector, business, to come together and find a common solution for this crisis. The last word also is from the ED of UNEM. She said, the investment must be based on the partnership. And I noted, for this partnership, His Excellency of Zimbabwe said, this one, I think a lot. What can be the quality of this partnership between buffalo and cow? So, for us, we do not only want an Africa which is resilient to climate change. What we want is an Africa that is not a victim of action outside the region. Africa also should be supported to develop its own technology, which will not only address climate change, but also be less costly, promote employment, decent job for the young people on the continent, because we are the future of the continent. Gender equality is very important. This also must promote gender equality, economic development, and human rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, before we enjoy a delicious lunch buffet outside, I would like to hear last words from our very, very distinguished panels. And I would like to start with His Excellency, the President of Estonia. A final commentary, sir.
Thank you. I'll be very, very brief. To my best understanding, it's important to be transparent. And this is what digital world is about. To make your government more digital, and you'll be more transparent, and it's much, much easier to build up businesses over here in Africa, and not only in Africa, but also in other countries.
Thank you very much indeed. And His Excellency, the President of Zimbabwe.
Well, we say monkeys play by sizes. But I'm so happy that here everybody is playing the same game without consideration of size. I hope that this spirit should grow and take root in order that we in Africa should not feel isolated. Those outside Africa should feel that Africa is part of them, and put aside our own African philosophy where we say monkeys play by sizes. I thank you.
And our host, the President of Botswana, sir, your last words.
Well, let me begin by thanking everybody, particularly the excellencies, distinguished speakers from the private sector, and clearly our last speaker from civil society. And let me say that I think we should move forward in a very focused manner. We in Africa, particularly in SADC, will continue this dialogue at head of state level. We'll continue as we march towards COP28, and we look forward to it, where we've been promised a bigger room and more space, and we will carry this discussion forward with results. So between now and then, we will have results. We will realize an onboarding of the private sector. We will have realized more financing for our programs. We will be able to report the efficiencies we've been able to attain in our different countries. So thank you very much, and look forward to seeing you next year.
Thank you very, very much. I want to acknowledge our host, President Masisi of Botswana, our very notable and distinguished guest, President of Zimbabwe, President of Estonia. I want to acknowledge our industry friends, Nicholas Gustafsson, Volvo, Sherry Hinish, IBM, Kate Brandt, Google, Mohammed Saad, Signify, Sebastian Rees, Schneider, Anthony Lee, the International Copper Association, Eric Usher, UNEP FI, and of course our friends from the African Development Bank, who played a very important role in hosting us here today. I want to also acknowledge Jajobe Aziaka from the major groups and stakeholders, and I want to invite you very quickly to come to the stage for a group photograph to commemorate this event.
Yes, right now. Sorry? I don't understand. It's on the schedule. It's organized by the African Group of Negotiators. He's a parliamentarian. He's a member of parliament. Ghana. Yeah, but there are several others joining as well. Sorry? Sorry? Just three? Oh, you go down, okay. Yes, you can sit here.
Now the challenge is that people are trying to get food. You need a table here now.
No, it's fine. Yo. This is chaotic. This is chaotic. If this doesn't end.
Because they decided to give food.
Hello. Please kindly take your seats if you are part of this side event. It's on LTS. Long-term strategies and the NDCs. Okay. That's fine.
Hey. Allô. 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 Hey.
Okay. Hello? Yeah. This place is noisy. Hello, good afternoon. May we kindly take our seats? We ready to start the next event? sorry. I may I ask everyone to take their seats, please. Kindly take your seats. We are having this event and we are fighting with food, which is a battle you don't win. So let's kindly bear with the chaos that is currently going on. When there is food, you know there is always a struggle. But we also have to work within time. So we've been urged to start this event, even though there is a lot of noise coming outside of the venue. So I'm welcoming you all to this side event, which is jointly put together by the African Group of Negotiators Expert Support Group, AGNES. We also have the Open Society Foundation, which has been gracious to support this event, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation as well. This event will be looking at policy, from policy to implementation and oversight. We will be looking at how do we translate climate policies into high impact investment and delivery plans in Africa. As you all know, within the context of the long-term strategies, the nationally determined contributions, the national adaptation plans, the NAMES as well, there are several of these policies. The challenge now is how do we move all of these policies, how do we move all of these policies into an implementation mode? So to help us really understand these issues, we will be having two separate panel discussions. The first panel will be looking at, just a moment, sorry. Just a second. Sorry about that, I need to put it, okay. So the first panel session is going to look at the policy environment. We're going to hear from key policymakers drawn from the parliaments in Africa. As you know, parliament is a very, very important leg of governance. These are the policymakers, and it is through the policies that we get to have implementation. So we'll hear from the parliamentarians and also hear from the technical agencies as well. In this case, we have the Alliance of Biodiversity, MCAT, represented by Caroline. But before that, I would want to put these discussions into perspective. COP27 has been labeled, christened as the COP of implementation. There is a lot of talk around moving from pledges to action. But how are we going to do that? It requires significant efforts, significant resources, bringing on board all manner of stakeholders, including those at the grassroots, right up to the policymakers, and also within the international community. So we need to understand the issues that we are grappling with. How, as a collective, how are we able to move from the pledges, the various decisions, at the various fora we've attended over the period, and translating all of these things into actions. And to enable us do this discussion, we are joined graciously by the Honorable Ebenezer Tel Abi, who is a ranking member on the, from the Parliament of Ghana. So he's going to share with us some of the experiences that he has with regards to moving from the policies to the implementation. We are also joined by the Member of Parliament from Senegal, Honorable Likaba. And then Last but not the least, we are joined from the Alliance of Biodiversity and SEAT, Caroline Mwengera. So Caroline is also going to share with us some of the experiences that, from the technical perspective as an agency, they also deal with in providing a roadmap for investments in planning and delivery of the nationally determined contributions. I will start with the members of parliament, and first and foremost, I'll start with the Honorable Ebenezer Telabi. The question to you, sir, is what actions from a country-specific point of view are you taking to ensure that there is accountability in the implementation of policies right from the national level to the local level where it matters the most?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, colleagues. I think this is a question that can be answered, in two ways. Before I go, to the details, just to let you know that when you come to the country where I come from, policies emanate from the executive. The members of parliament do not formulate policies. Governments come, the parties come into government with manifestos out of which they develop their policies. Now our job as members of parliament is to hold them to whatever policies that they have convinced the House, to start with. So when you come to Ghana, every year the executive provides budget. Now the budgeting derives everything from the policy. Now the budget drives the policies. As a member of parliament or members of parliament, our job is to make sure that the policies that have agreed upon and whichever budget we are going to approve or which we approve is what is made available by the finance, so we could be able to achieve whatever policy objective you have. When you come to Ghana, the parliament works along committees. For instance, I belong to the Committee on Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation. We look at the policy programs of my ministry and then attach associated budgets. And we are unable to vary budgets that are brought by the executive though. But then when it comes to releases, we have the power, or the power rests in the parliament to approve whichever budget. And above that, we have oversight responsibility, making sure that the budget lines or budget policies are adhered. So basically, that is what we do.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll come up with a follow-up question on this one later. And I would like to pass the same question over to the Honorable Likiba, and we'll have my very good friend Lamine doing the translation for him as well. So, Honorable, the same question to you. In Senegal, how do you go about providing oversight responsibility on and ensuring that policies are transitioned into implementation?
Voilà, merci beaucoup et bonsoir à tout le monde. Et je remercie Dieu.
Let me please apologize to non-French speakers that unfortunately we do not have interpretation for today, so you will have to bear with us on this one. Thank you.
Donc je disais que je remercie le bon Dieu qui nous a permis d'être là aujourd'hui. Et je remercie aussi ceux qui nous ont permis quand même de dire ce que nous avons comme expérience, voilà, donc à l'endroit des Africains.
Okay. So he wants to thank everybody, organizers and participants, all protocol observed.
Voilà, donc moi je suis Likaba, je suis parlementaire au niveau du Sénégal. La question que vous avez posée tout à l'heure, mon frère là, mon collègue, nous avons pratiquement les mêmes problèmes. Parce qu'en réalité, c'est le gouvernement qui propose quand même un budget et les députés amendent. Mais nous, au Sénégal, nous avons une mission, c'est une mission d'évaluation des politiques publiques. Donc le député est chargé d'évaluer les politiques publiques de l'État. On contrôle, on évalue. Mais malheureusement, voilà,
Okay, he's just raising the fact that they have the same problem like Ghana, and the honorable from Ghana has well explained the situation, because an MP does not propose policies. Policies are from the government, and their role is an oversight and to be doing policy assessment to be sure the budgeting is aligned to the policy.
Donc pour cela, moi je pense que ça mérite un renforcement de capacité pour les honorables députés, parce qu'en réalité, ils n'ont pas la technicité quand même pour mettre en œuvre cette politique. Et que au Sénégal, nous avons créé, en dehors des commissions statutaires, nous avons créé un réseau qui s'appelle le réseau parlementaire REPES, donc qui s'occupe de toutes les questions environnementales et qui est en train de faire un travail excellent par rapport à ça.
Okay, he was raising the fact that ensuring budget oversight on the environment side or climate change require technical capacities they don't always have. So he's just advocating for more capacity building to MPs to be able to undertake this role. He was saying on that regard in Senegal, they have committees, like we said in some in Ghana, but aside, they also set up a network of MPs on environment, which work is to train and to build capacities in the environment and climate change area.
Donc si vraiment on parvient à avoir ce renforcement de capacité, je pense que les députés du Sénégal pourront exercer leur rôle correctement. Donc c'est peut-être ce que j'aurais à dire. Merci.
Okay, she just ending by saying that if they have these required capacities, technical capacities, so they will be able in the future to undertake this important role. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Likiba. And I'd now like to pose the next question to Caroline. Caroline, you know, the long-term strategies, the NDCs have become the most important instruments for implementing climate actions in Africa and indeed around the world. How do you think these LTCs will aid in providing a roadmap for investment planning and delivery of the NDCs?
Okay. So I'll share our experience working with several countries. We're also working actually right now with Senegal to finalize the long-term strategy for the agriculture sector. So one of the things we see, and which is also highlighted here by the parliamentarians, is that when you look at priorities, especially at national level, the priorities are shaped a lot by politics, which means you have an executive, they have their priorities, they have a mandate based on their elective period. But how do we make sure that what the sector specific, if it's the agriculture sector, the energy sector, or the environment sector as an example, is planning is also sustained in the long term? So that you're also looking at a way where you're looking at, you have a political process which is governed by the elective process, but you also want to make sure you have plans that are long-term, but breaking those plans into mid-term implementation. So what we have seen is that apart from focusing on the NDC, which is really focusing on mitigation, having the LTS is helping those sectors, those countries, to be able now to start to integrate what is their sustainable development priorities. So which could be coming from what has been the ambition, for example, of the executive. And also, how can they integrate the adaptation priorities, and how can they also align to an implementation roadmap? So one of the things that the countries are doing in the LTS, which have been strong lessons for us, I think I can talk about 3 lessons. One of the things that has been very successful, we have very few countries have been able to submit an LTS. I think now we have only about 5 countries in Africa that have been successful to submit the LTS to UNFCCC. So it's still very, very few countries that have managed to complete this requirement. One of the things that we are seeing is the success is based on the institutional arrangements. Under the UNFCCC process, the Ministry of Environment is a focal point. So in the same case, in the countries we are supporting, we work with the Ministry of Environment as our focal point in the LTS, so that it aligns all the other policies that the country is focusing on. But the second thing that we have seen is very successful is that we have to integrate a multi-stakeholder approach. So like for instance, the case of Senegal, they have a working group to develop the LTS that is bringing the Ministry of Environment, the Ministry of Agriculture, and other national partners. So I think for me, I see those as the key factors that have also helped to align all the policies together.
Thank you very much for seeing the signal. Okay, so we'll have to be wrapping up in the next 5 minutes to make way for our second panel discussion. But before we go, I would want us to just highlight, especially from the point of view of the members of parliament, what do you think is that one single action, if you want, the silver bullet, that is needed at the level of the parliamentarians to help in translating the LTCs and the NDCs into real actions on the ground? Because I see Honorable Lika mention the issue around capacity building for members of parliament. But beyond that, holistically, how do we take this from the level of the policies into implementation on the ground and see in actions? Honorable Chalabi.
Well, thank you very much. I think that my colleague here mentioned, brought in the issue about the political will. And I think that as leaders of the people, we can influence to the large extent what goes into, political manifestos, which eventually, is transformed into policies. And therefore, if we are able to sensitize our people, because we lead a lot of people, my colleague Ima has started something in his constituency, sensitizing the youth. Now, if climate, activities become very, known to everybody, then the demands of the people will form what, the policymakers would want to bring on board. And that becomes part of their manifestos, and then the policies will follow. And when it comes to implementation, they would make money available. And when that happens, because it's going to come from bottom to top, with members of parliament, playing their role in getting this information down, when it comes to, oversighting, it's not going to be difficult. So I think that let's get down, let's force, let's fight for policy, the leaders to get them into their plans and programs at the, lower level, which will then be translated into policies and programs, which will fall, under our purview when it comes to, allocation of budgets, oversighting, and making sure that whatever we approve goes into, the activities that will lead to.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for those remarks. I'll now go over to Honorable Likaba with the same question. What is that one thing that is really needed to translate the NDCs into action?
Voilà, merci beaucoup. Donc moi je pense que au Sénégal, déjà on pratique le budget programme qui est basé sur les résultats. Donc d'où l'intérêt quand même de mettre sur pied un plan d'action traduit en programme, en projet et programme bancable, avec un dispositif quand même de suivi et évaluation. Nous avons tenté aussi une expérience, comme l'a dit l'autre, sur le terrain. Donc moi je pense que le travail de terrain aussi est important, parce que nous avons fréquenté des écoles privées catholiques, des écoles publiques, pour faire quand même l'éducation environnementale. Et là, de là-bas, on a constaté qu'il y a d'énormes problèmes qui ne sont pas pris en compte au niveau du gouvernement. Donc c'est pourquoi il y a l'intérêt quand même d'aller vers les populations pour recueillir leur impression. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, thank you. He was just mentioning that in Senegal, I think it is the same in ECOWAS. They are now oriented on a budgeting planning process based on projects and programs. And that one, he's just raising the fact that those projects and programs have to take into account the grassroots needs, to be built on these grassroots needs, and then education and training, public education and training will be very important for them to be involved, fully involved in the implementation. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ba. The last question on this panel will go to Caroline, and I think within the same vein, within the same line of questioning, what is that one thing, especially from the institutional work that you do, working in 5 countries, as you mentioned on the LTS, what is that one thing that you see that is likely to trigger the translating of the NDCs, the LTSs, into actionable issues on the ground?
So, yeah, so what we see for action, one of the things is to be able to assess and track that we are making progress. And we are supporting as the Alliance a process to be able to develop what are those indicators, just from the local level, from the lowest level to national level. So can we be able to track the progress in terms of what we are accomplishing for adaptation and mitigation? And then that progress is also going to be linked to transparency in terms of the resources that have been put. Like they're talking a lot about linking resources to programs, but how do we track that we have been able to achieve the results that we want, the impact that we want? So our emphasis is now be able to develop those metrics and indicators that we can track to be able to evaluate where we are, and even up to the implementation of the resources themselves. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Caroline. Shall we give a round of applause to our panelists? I know there are a few members of parliament in the audience. Maybe at the tail end of this program, we'll give them the opportunity to also say a few words. I see the Honorable Jackie here. I see the Honorable Emmanuel here as well. So I'll give them the opportunity to say 1 or 2 words. So thank you so much for your time and for your contribution. Okay. All right. So we will now go to our next set of panelists. And these panelists are supporting in various ways to help in the processes of translating the NDCs as policies into implementable actions. And we will have from the Open Society Foundations, my namesake, my brother, Michael Kwame Nkonu, who is a program manager on climate justice the global program at the Open Society Foundation. We would also have Madame Faustina Finn Nyame, who is Executive Director, Africa, the Children's Investment Fund Foundation. And I just want to check, do we have James Birch? Yes, of course, James Birch, Senior Program Officer from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for being on this panel and to also help us understand some of the issues that as supporting institutions you play, especially within the African continent, in helping us to transition the NDCs from paper onto the ground. And one thing that we've heard over the period for a very long time is the issues around pilots. I heard Professor Antonio say the other time that if pilots were something that were really in Africa, we would have so many planes on this continent. There are so many pilot initiatives on the continent, and they are done within a very short time. The impact is not clearly noted. So the question I'll first and foremost ask James from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is that as partners of Africa, how do we move? How do we transition from pilots to really implementing impactful adaptation and mitigation actions at scale? How do we move from this pilot mentality and ensure that our programs, our interventions are at scale and affect a lot more people? How inclusive are they and how transformative are they? How do we make this happen?
Thanks. So I think, first of all, there's a certain role for philanthropic capital. We can perhaps take more risks. We can perhaps try things out. We can think in the longer term across political cycles that perhaps other government funders can't. So part of the reason that there's a lot of pilots may be because philanthropy is trying to do that, but we're not necessarily as connected with other types of funding as we should be. The IPCC AR6 report was quite clear that a barrier to adaptation is finance, but that it's been too reactive, too incremental, too fragmented, and too small scale. And I think trying to align funding to national plans, needs and priorities is sort of the starting point. I think trying to map out the types of finance that you have available to the priorities in those plans is key, so that what is unfortunately limited grant-based finance can go to the areas where it can have the greatest impact. As the Gates Foundation, all of our funding, in terms of agricultural adaptation, is grant finance, but I know that some certain donors and other development banks have other different modalities. So I think trying to work out where you play your role is critical as well.
Thank you very much for that very succinct feedback. Now to Michael. You work especially around climate justice, and you've recently been doing quite a lot of work with African parliamentarians through support to Agnes. In your line of work, where is the lever? How do we transition from this kind of pilot mentality into programs that are transformative, that can lift millions of our people out of poverty, especially looking at it from the policy and translating into actions on the ground?
Thanks, Kwame. I think the first thing that needs to happen is to make a great link or a clear link between climate plans, whether it's NDCs or whatever we call them, versus the national development plans. Often these two things are very different. A lot of African countries are responding to NDCs as a way of trying to get project funding and as a global call. But when you try to link those plans with the national development plans, there are two completely different things. What it means is that you're actually getting money to implement specific programs and report to international donors or whatever it is, but you're actually not implementing those on the ground in a way that translates into policy and backed by budget, as we've heard in the first session. That needs to happen. So we need to stop looking at climate plans as an external factor, external delivery item, but we need to internalize that in our processes to make sure they are completely linked into all sectors of our economy. So for example, your food systems, your agriculture, your energy, all this has to be linked up. And it has to be linked up in a way that allows our budget to respond to those needs. And I think that is a big missing link. So the problem now is that even if you are scaling out specific items or specific areas of work, they are actually not responding to the national need because the two are actually separated. And so we need to harmonize that and make that as a one item for delivery. Secondly, we need to clearly identify pilots that can be scaled up so that they can be backed up by private sector financing, by different type of financing that can support scaling up. At the moment, we do not have such situation on the ground.
Thank you very much, Michael, for that submission. I'll now move on to Faustina from the Children's Investment Fund Foundation. As you may know, 70% of Africa's NDCs are not projectized. They are just on paper. There's no projects backing them. From the perspective of the Child Investment Fund Foundation and also working with children and young people, what are some of the actions that you think are needed to be able to transform these NDCs into real actions on the ground that affect real people?
Great question, Kwame, and I will take it from where you left off. That 80% are on paper, right, but not actioned. And that's because the fundamental problem of it's about ownership. And you're going to get very bored of me saying this over and over and over again. Governments, African governments have to own these particular plans. And we have to be long-sighted about how we finance these plans. We cannot be project-specific. And I think that that's the challenge that development has, because it's constantly, we're thinking in project cycles. We have to debunk that. We have to have a consolidated way of financing and implementing these innovations. Now, there are some innovations out there that are ready to be scaled, but are we committed enough to make sure they get to scale? So let's take about South Africa, for an example. They put together their plans. They looked for resources. They decided that the area that they needed to focus on was energy transition. So they found the resources and found the partners, whether it's private sector, government-led, and they went and they moved forward with it. Now, this is a classic example that we can translate into many African countries, and it's absolutely doable. The other area that I wanted to really point out is around, we have to agree as Africans that adaptation and resilience has to be affordable, and we have to act now, and we have to act with urgency. There's too many different conversations about, should we be focusing on emissions? Should we be focusing on adaptation? I don't think that this is even a credible argument anymore. We just have to, we know that adaptation is critical and we need to move on it, and it's urgent.
Thank you very much for that. Shall we give the panel a round of applause for very, very insightful comments that you have made? And which brings me to my next point, and in wrapping up. A study done by the African Development Bank indicates that with the NDCs that we have, 30% of them are unconditional, meaning we need 70% of them to be funded by external partners, including the private sector and others. With this kind of scenario, with this kind of picture, how are we able to include this, especially in the national planning processes, just like you said, so that it doesn't become an adaptation or mitigation issue, but it in fact becomes a developmental issue? So we treat climate change as such. So in 1 minute, how do you think this can be done, bringing on board all the levers of government, including private sector, also civil society, to ensure that the NDCs are really part and parcel of a national conversation and not one that is based in one ministry or the other? I'll start with you, James.
Thanks. So just a couple of further reflections on the first question. I think what's really interesting about Agnes and other initiatives like the African Adaptation Initiative is there is sort of quality assurance. So there are a lot of projects out there, and we were talking about how do you identify the ones that need to be scaled. I think there are two approaches. One is sort of the transition. You identify the outcome you want to get to, and then you identify the projects and other aspects that are going to get you there. And the other is what is out there already and what needs to be scaled. I think an important part alongside that is the capacity and capabilities of some of these ministries, the ministries of planning, the ministries of finance, so that they can effectively factor in climate risks over different temperature scenarios, over different time horizons, and identify which projects, which aspects they need to be focused on, because there will have to be some prioritization in the near term because the resources unfortunately aren't there, they're not being delivered. There are commitments made at COP26 around the adaptation fund and the LDC fund, they're not being delivered. And we need to unlock other types of finance as well. But I think building the capacities and capabilities of the planning and the finance ministries is a critical first step for an enabling environment, for better planning, and for also trying to make sure that climate finance is unlocked in a way that aligns with national plans.
Yeah, so I do think that we need systemic planning, and I think that's where a lot of things come from, because a lot of African countries are still seeing climate issues as something that needs to be financed from outside. And because of that, we are also not aligning our internal processes to be able to adapt and to mitigate the impact of climate change. And I think that is critical. We need to be able to use our own internal processes. If we are still continuing to degrade our environment, cut down trees, build without plan, we are actually not helping the situation. So we need to take some action ourselves to be able to get there. Number two, we need to look at projects that we can actually scale up. And for example, we are supporting adaptation projects in Togo, putting about $1 million into those projects to actually look at what is possible to scale up. I think that is extremely important, because we do pilots, but we actually don't test these programs to see which one we can move up to the next phase. But we need to do that in a way that we can bring in private sector funding, we can bring in other funders to be able to scale up and to support some of these projects. So I think that's the way we need to go to be able to scale up and have programs that can be impactful in the society.
I've got 3 words. Mainstreaming. Climate cannot be a standalone activity or thinking. We have to mainstream, integrate everywhere, in all sectors. And then we've got to start presenting climate or greening up Africa as an opportunity. No longer should we be seen as we are begging the global north for funding, because Africa can actually lead the way. We are fertile, we are a nascent state, that we can actually show the way of how you green up a whole continent. And that is an opportunity, because we have all the resources to be able to do that, as in the natural resources. What the support that we need from the global north is to actually come and invest in these local solutions that we will develop.
Thank you very much, Faustina. Shall we give this panel a round of applause? But you please still remain in your seats. We'll now go to the audience and take some contributions, some questions that they may have for the panel. But before that, I would want to give the floor to the Honorable Jackie to make a short statement with regard to the conversation that we've had.
Thank you so much, and I would like to appreciate the presenters. The first panel, that consisted of the members of parliament and also the panel that is presented right now. My name is Jackie Amongin. I'm a member of parliament from Uganda. I would like to start with the first panel. Well, it's good that policies are brought and presented to parliaments, but it's also important for us to know, as members of parliament, we have a need of putting the executive to account, especially when they take commitments on behalf of a country. At the COP, we had the Paris Agreement. We have different protocols that have been agreed upon by our member states. It's important that Parliament moves the work to ensure that the executive puts these commitments into implementation, that is presenting them as Indian policies to Parliament so that they can be implementable at the national level. And I would think that would make the role of Parliament very relevant. Then too, it's also important, we are talking about NDCs. Right now, different countries have came up with the different percentages, but we do not know how these NDCs are being localized at the national level. And yet it's the role of members of parliament to put the executive to task. So for us, we are thinking, now that we are in the COP going for implementation, implementation does not only need to talk, we have to act. And also as the members of parliament seated in this room and those who are outside, we now have to live here ready to talk, to walk the talk, especially addressing the policy gaps in our member states and also ensuring that we are committing resources at the national level, but also tapping into the international climate financing. So that this is very important. And lastly, mainstreaming, like she has said, climate change cannot be a walk-alone issue. It has to be mainstreamed in all our modus operandi, in our legislations and in the government planning and prioritization. So if we look at the different governments, you look at the budget given to climate change, water, it's very minimal. And the budget goes on defense, the budget goes on other sectors. It means climate change remains not a prioritized agenda. So I think as members of parliament, we have to stand up to be counted for a vote on environment, climate change, water, to be hyped in all areas where climate change is meaningful, agriculture and all the other sectors. So I think that's what I would love to say. But in a nutshell, on 16th, we've decided as members of parliament in the continent that we want to launch an aggressive movement, a parliamentarians alliance on climate change and development in Africa, so that we can share experiences. And I invite you to come to this pavilion. We will share the details. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jacqueline. Okay, Honorable, you want to? Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that the bottom line is mainstreaming. But as I said, we must elevate everything, to a national conversation, which fits into what will bring the executive into power. Today, climate issues have become very important in the midterm elections in America. It should be the same in Ghana. If it becomes an issue in Ghana, any government worth its salt would mainstream it into its policy programs and development agenda. And I think that is the reason why I believe that getting the people to understand the work of a member of parliament, you have people, let them understand the issues as they are. Then when it comes to getting leadership, then these are the demands that we can make. We can start with advocacy in parliament. We can have our papers, we can have statements. We can do all the talking. But then, if it doesn't become a national, issue, it doesn't really touch policymakers too much. Yeah,
thank you very much. I just want to make three important points. The first one is about moving from pilot and scaling up. And I think data is very important. What we're lacking in many of our jurisdictions is that a lot of projects are going on. Nobody is actually documenting data, lessons learned in a systematic way that can help planning in terms of trying to scale up these issues. So I think that is very, very important. And the second thing is that in many of our jurisdictions, there may be constitutional provisions that, for example, in Ghana, you have the directive principles of state policy that actually calls for integration, calls for, if you like, mainstreaming whatever you are doing. And so parliaments can rely on those constitutional provisions to, as it were, call for governments to make sure that these issues of negotiating NDCs or whatever instrument is actually brought to the level of becoming part of the national development plan, as has been said. My final comment would be on parliamentarians acting. You know, we should not join the executive and the other groups who have been talking and talking and talking and talking. We are representatives of the people. We must start by acting. By acting, we will be energizing people from below and to be able to bring the issues to the political stage. 4 days ago, I marched with 500 school children in Ghana for climate. So we had a walk with 500 school children with placards sending the message and having a sketch about what climate change is about and all that. So I think we as individual MPs must take specific program climate actions, and by so doing across every country there will be that fire starting from below. I think that's very important.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Emmanuel. I think you made very, very good comments as well. I think at the core of what the parliamentarians have indicated is, how do we do this? It's important that we mainstream. We had similar issues, for instance, around biodiversity. How do we ensure as a collective, as a community, that when parliamentarians, when people who are seeking political office do not make environment a core priority area, how are they punished at the polls? These are very, very important. So the question we are throwing to everybody is, how do we go about this? How do we ensure that, just like in the Western, in the Northern Hemisphere, in the Western countries, environmental issues are core. How do we translate this also within the African continent? Brother, yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Sorry, please introduce yourself.
My name is Suleiman.
Okay.
I am from Nigeria. I work with an NGO. I want to thank the panelists for your very useful intervention. Just to address two quick things. You mentioned about the fact that Africa thinks the rest of the world is going to finance climate change for Africa. And I think this is a very valid point, because it appears that governments blame climate change for everything and end up doing nothing. So it's a mentality that needs to change. However, it's still also important to always reiterate the point that part of the reason why we're here, where there's UNFCCC, is that some people owe a climate debt that needs to be paid. And then my sister made a comment about mainstreaming, and that's very powerful. And I think one of the things that needs to be mainstream is the bigger conversation about global finance, money. So Africa, for instance, lose more money to illicit financial flow, to unfair trade, to corruption, than it requires to do climate action, both mitigation and adaptation. And I also think that the narrative about climate change for Africa needs to change. We need to look at climate change as something we are living with, and there are opportunities, and it's an opportunity for us to replan our economies, our lives, and hopefully get the rest of the world to do the same with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I like how you pick it from in terms of the opportunities that climate change presents. knowing that currently 70% of Africa's infrastructure is yet to be built. So that presents a very, very unique opportunity for us in terms of climate change. Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Please introduce yourself and then, yeah.
Good. My name is Philip Kilonzo. I work with Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. And I'll take off from where the members of parliament left it. Because in terms of mainstreaming, from a policy perspective, it's actually the members of parliament who are in touch with their constituents, who understand their issues, who understand their priorities. And therefore, the first and the most important thing is that that policy must connect with your constituents. And I see policy making within the context of agriculture sector as a fulcrum within which we are going to transform the national determined contribution to make sense to the local communities in the spirit of locally led adaptation principles. Because essentially we are seeing climate change actions is not trickling. The money has still remained within the mitigation realm. But through the policy formulation process in agriculture sector, the first thing that you're able to do is to move the funding slightly away from mitigation to adaptation, which is extremely critical and is priority number one for Africa. So that's the first comment that I put on table in terms of that particular discourse. But then, as we do that, we must constantly remember, and that is why we made all the trouble here up to this point, that we are transforming a landscape in a difficult context. And what is the difficult context? The national determined contribution for all countries in Africa are conditional. Conditional meaning that funding must flow from developed countries to less developed countries to support implementation of the programs. So what kind of policy architecture are you creating? And is that policy architecture going to support small order farmers to really transform their economies, cope with climate change? Or are you creating a policy, or is the design of the policy going to advance interests of commercial, private, global investors? That is the context within which we need to look into. And then begin to look at what are those sectors then that are pivotal in that transformation, and they become part of they become core to the NDCs. Thanks.
Okay. No, thank you very much. No, let's hear from the lady and then we can close, of course.
Sorry, I'll be very quick. My name is Victoria Alice. I'm a youth delegate from the Seychelles, a small island developing state, which is also part of the African Union. It was just a question or comment regarding the climate finance. So we obviously made it very clear that we need finance to implement the NDCs. Coming from a country with only 100,000 people, so very limited resources, I think a question that should also be asked is, access to finance is key, but beyond that is, how do we then manage the finance? And do we have the capacity internally to manage this? And I think there's other countries in Africa, obviously they're very different. Some are very large, some have more facilities, but I think that's a key question to be asked is, do we have the internal capacity, internal resources to then manage on the long term what these funds? So yeah, thanks.
No, thank you very much. 1 minute. Just 1 minute, please. Yeah, very quick. We have been told that our time is up, so we need to wrap up.
Thank you. Once again, thank you for the speakers. I just want to ask a question. My name is Michael Esilava, faculty member at Strathmore University in Kenya. Climate education remains underfunded, and we have heard from all the speakers how the impact it has in terms of impacting the communities at the grassroots level. My question to the speakers is, what's your view about climate education, and especially to Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, in terms of climate education funding? What are your thoughts around it, and are you currently funding any programs around climate education in Africa? Thank you.
No, thank you very much. If you had more time, really, I'd like the members of parliament to respond to this, because they are the grassroots people and they deal a lot more with the communities. But unfortunately, we don't have much time, so I'll now give to our partner. Okay. All right, so climate education, anyone want to respond to it from? Okay. Okay, please.
My colleague just mentioned that he worked with about 500 students.
Yes.
I'm sure that will not be raised on their mind and would inform whatever choices they make. And as members of parliament, we are encouraged to do similar things.
Okay.
Yes, but we need to get money for it. Again, it goes back to, the person who calls the tune. And sometimes you have to knock a lot on their door to get that in there.
No. Thank you for that response. Since I've been a child, we've been doing tree planting for a very, very long time, and we don't seem to be getting anywhere. The problem is systemic. How systemic is this education? How systemic is this education? How ingrained is it in the local communities and young people that it's even passed from generation to generation? So I think these are more of the issues that we can discuss right out of here. Before we go, I'd like to give the last word to our panelists, maybe a minute each, and then we can wrap up this session.
So the issue is not about we don't need financing, we do need financing. But if you remember in Nigeria recently, I think a few weeks ago, a presidential candidate was talking as if the country doesn't need to do anything about climate change. Our people are dying. If the money doesn't come, we still need to survive, and we need to take action. So that's the point. So we definitely need to do something. I think we need to get a point where we have laws that we can sue our governments for not taking action on climate. We don't have such laws in Africa. We haven't seen African government being sued because they have refused or they've neglected their duties as government, as caretakers of the people. And I think we need to take action in that direction.
I would say it's about policy change as well, right? Not only policy coming from top down, but from bottom up. That's how we will have a sustained, impactful change.
I agree totally. It's about the communities on the front lines of these issues shaping the policy and the finance that they need to help improve their lives. And I would say on the finance, important to balance all sources. I would just say last year there was a target set to double adaptation finance by 2025. Discussions this year about how that could be implemented. I would say don't lose your focus on making sure that countries deliver on their promises whilst seeking out other sources of finance.
Thank you very much, James, for the last word for this session. And thank every one of you for being part of this event as well. Thank you, and hope to see you here more frequently for events that are happening here at the Africa Pavilion. Thank you. Chale.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. I think we're just about to start. Eventually. Good evening, everyone. I think we're a bit late, so I think we're going to start very, very soon. I'm not going to take too much of your time because we're already late, as I just said. Just want to welcome you all to this Great Blue Wall event. It's really, a pleasure to be here and a great honor also to have such a distinguished participant with us. I'd like to, in particular, of course, thank President Ramkalawan from the Republic of Seychelles for being here with us today. It's an absolute honor for you to grace this event. And thank you so much. We're just going to start, of course. Today it's all about ocean action for climate, for biodiversity, coming for Africa. For the African COP, I think it's particularly inspiring, of course, and I can't wait to hear all the panelists and the speakers to deliver their remarks. I'm going to ask the Ocean Lead from the High-Level Climate Champion, Ignace Béguin, to moderate the first segment, the opening segment. Thank you all, and I hope you'll enjoy the event. Thanks.
Thank you, Thomas. Well, it's good to be with you all today. Since COP26, where we jointly launched the where we, One, two, yeah. Since COP26, when we launched the Great Blue Wall, and we had a fantastic set of announcement and commitment for the initiative. Today we're going to hear from leaders, government leaders from the region about what they have delivered since COP26 and what are the ambition for the next few years. So to start with Razan Al Mubarak, President of the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, and IUCN is a lead organization behind the Great Blue Wall. Razan, the floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed my great pleasure to formally open this timely and significant event, graciously hosted by the government of the Seychelles. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the Great Blue Initiative is indeed great. Why? One, it has garnered support from both inside and outside the continent of Africa. Two, it has raised the profile of the plight of our oceans. And three, it's put back energy and faith in international collaboration and cooperation. We're here at COP27, where every headline, where every report announces that climate change is at a tipping point. There's a great urgency for the topic, and that we are running out of time. And there's no other continent, ladies and gentlemen, that understands and recognizes this more than the continent of Africa. A continent that had the least to contribute to the problem, but has the most at stake. And in spite of this unjust reality, decided that action is better than inaction, decided to be bold, decided to be ambitious, and very practically and very pragmatically recognize that oceans are in fact our biggest ally in addressing climate change. It is a solution that already exists, and apart from requiring protection, it does not require the level of investment than any man-made solution. The Great Blue Wall Initiative is a perfect illustration of this vision. It is the type of regional multi-stakeholder solutions that will truly make a difference by dramatically scaling up and accelerating climate and biodiversity action. The Great Blue Wall Initiative, ladies and gentlemen, is also just as much as an initiative about climate change and biodiversity than it is an initiative about people. People, ladies and gentlemen, ultimately are at the heart of the solutions that we seek. As head of the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, the largest environmental network that comprises more than 1,400 members from the civil society, from governments, that has 18,000 scientists under its realm, is very proud and very privileged to be part of this vision. And we are honored to play a part in supporting the leaders present today in championing the Great Blue Wall Initiative. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention, and look forward to hearing from the great leaders of this fantastic initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Razan, and thank you to IUCN for a truly collaborative initiative of the Great Blue Wall and trying to bring all the stakeholders in the region together towards this vision. Now I would like to introduce Dr. Mahmoud Moheldin, high-level climate champion for COP27, to share his thoughts about the Great Blue Wall. Thank you, Mahmoud.
Thank you so much. Great to be here, and welcome to Sharm el-Sheikh. Welcome to Egypt, and I hope that you are enjoying the events, the activities, the cities, and what the COP arrangements are providing to you. So I hope that you are all getting what you are after, and in addition to the hard work expected from you all, that you will have time in few minutes or a few hours or less to go around and to see Sharm el-Sheikh, especially if this is your first time. Let me build on what Ms. Al-Mubarak just shared with us, after recognizing, of course, the leadership of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Seychelles, and the honorable ministers here, and of course the special envoy on oceans, and my good friend Nigel Topping, and the commissioner from the African Union. I like your op-ed, by the way, that you did with two other African leaders in Project Syndicate, when you emphasized that an African COP should be an implementation COP. And this is a COP for the whole world. The emphasis on Africa is relevant because of what was just mentioned by Ms. Al-Mubarak, the famous 3% of responsibility of emissions. But I like to say that this will not last for long until we act fast. Africa is urbanizing fast, is growing. It has ambitious population. It has middle-income segments of society with their demands. They have numbers of those who are falling into extreme poverty. They want to get rid of their poverty. And Africa has people with decent standard of living as well, if measured by income that they need to keep. So that means that more consumption of energy will be coming our way. That will have as well implications on nature if we are not very careful. And we have the choice. We have the finance, we have the technology, and we have the leaders who can change behavior. And I'm happy that there are many solutions, seeing here Mr. Forrest with his many ambitious projects with many African countries, with African countries getting together as well in putting the standards of green, clean hydrogen. This gives me hope. Going back to oceans, oceans, as mentioned, they are our biggest ally in the fight of climate action. They are the great solutions, but unfortunately, from time to time, we are compromising this solution by not protecting it. Oceans are the largest heat sink on the planet. They absorb around 90% of the excess heat caused by climate change. Oceans are also very efficient carbon sink, absorbing 23% of human-caused CO2 emissions. But we are talking here about ecosystems, the links between land and the sea, and that's why COP27, we are, in addition to implementation, we are emphasizing a holistic approach. Because when the sea meets the land, there are lots of things of great contribution to society and people happen, and many bad things happen at the same time. We see that the ecosystem that includes mangrove could be a great solution, but in many cases, we destroy that, and we don't invest in it adequately. In many cases, we see adequate investments in maritime activities could be more friendly to the environment and climate, but we forget from time to time doing that. The solutions are there when it comes to technology, and earlier today, Mr. President, your very able minister, spoke about a very good experiment on how to use financial innovation, linking debt reduction to investments in climate and nature. But we need more of that, and I'm very grateful that you and your colleagues from the cabinet are spending time to share experience. We have as well the good knowledge that came from another member of your country, a citizen, John Paul Adam, who is working hard with us to extend the ideas in Africa and beyond. But we need more of these solutions when it comes to innovation on finance. We are happy with what we saw in Belize. And again, the work of TNC is very much commended. And as mentioned in many occasions by my great sister, Maya Motley, in the work that she's doing in Barbados is basically building on the experience that we had in investing and debt reduction mechanisms from Seychelles and Belize and beyond. Our country here is looking to see examples of what we can do, because at the end of the day, the technology, the technical work to protect the sea, to protect the oceans, and the important initiative that was recognized by the United Nations and by very strong endorsement from the Secretary General of the UN during the meetings in Portugal. Nigel was there, and the messages were very clear and strong about we know the problem, we know the solutions. It's a mix of finance, science, and behavioral change. So I'm happy that COP27 is putting biodiversity, matters related to oceans, and part of that is the initiative around the Great Blue Wall, and what we can really be doing more needs really to be articulated in terms of finance and investment. Again, coming just fresh from a very strong discussion with very useful suggestions on managing the transition, I'm happy to share as well from the words of the Secretary General when he said that if there is no just transition, there is no transition whatsoever. So here, when we are managing our efforts towards getting climate action on track, getting the Paris Agreement fulfilled, and getting that in the holistic approach that gets biodiversity and the Sustainable Development Goals all in one, we need to make sure that we have the adequate policies to make sure that all of these finances, technology transfer, and the support from the society are all mobilized for the good cause. Having said that, I appreciate your participation, but again, while you finish your hard work, after that, immediately, we need to see you in the lovely streets and the other pavilions outside, not with knowledge, but with other food for thought. And those giving you food for thought, but you need other food as well. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mahmoud, and also for sharing your thoughts on finance, which will be a critical next step for the partners and the governments in the region for next year. And we have some very exciting plan shaping up. Now I would like to invite on stage His Excellency Peter Thompson, UN Secretary General Special Envoy for the Ocean, to share his remarks.
Evening, everybody. Mr. President, all courtesies observed. Looking at the leadership that's coming out of the West Indian Ocean now, it's very heartening to see it. I was in Seychelles recently for the Ocean Race Summit, and I was very impressed with the ideas that were shared there. The government of Kenya, of course, was the co-host for the UN Ocean Conference in Lisbon, such a great success, and there was 5 years of hard work that the government of Kenya put into that very successful conference. I think back to attending the Pro-Blue conference in Mozambique, again, a real powerhouse of activity for the ocean. So what is very clear is that the East African countries and the West Indian Ocean countries have realized, I would say, as President Kenyatta said to me, that they've had their backs to the ocean, and the time has come to turn around and really get involved with what the ocean can give the people of Africa. It's wonderful to be here at an African COP. This is an African COP, you can feel it, and it's great that we're having this event because it's really focusing our minds on what the ocean brings to Africa. And that, as I'll say a little bit more about, will be much greater in the future. Look, how are we doing on the ocean? Look, it's good news and bad news. I'll give you the bad news first. You know my mantra, daily mantra, which is that there's no healthy planet without a healthy ocean, and the ocean's health is measurably in decline. Now, that is not hyperbole. You can take every indice, whether it's overfishing, whether it's acidification, whether it's deoxygenation, whether it's global warming or rising sea levels. The news is all bad. We're going in the wrong direction there. But the good news is that 2022 was actually a good year in us addressing that decline and starting to turn it around. In Nairobi at the UNEA in February, all of us, I mean, a universal consensus decision was made by the nations of this planet that we have to get a binding international treaty to stop the curse of plastic pollution that we have put upon the planet. And those negotiations are now underway in Uruguay, in fact. And they are supposedly going to come up with a robust treaty by the end of next year. And then in June in Geneva, the WTO Ministerial Conference, after 20 years of negotiation and prevarication, finally decided we have to get rid of harmful fisheries subsidies. That may not seem like an important thing to you, but a lot of scientists will tell you it is the most damaging thing we've been doing as a species to the ocean, giving $20 to $30 billion every year to mainly industrial fishing fleets to go out and chase diminishing stocks of fish in the ocean. I mean, if that's not madness, tell me what is. So the good news is that decision was taken at the WTO. The work we've got now is that we need 2/3 of the parties to actually deposit their national acceptances with WTO. And we're having a big meeting in the Pacific in about 2 weeks' time that I'll be at to urge the Pacific countries to all get their acceptances in so that is ratified and becomes law. Then, ocean climate. You know, we've been knocking at this door of the UNFCCC for so long with the ocean, but finally in Glasgow it was accepted that the ocean is an integral part of the solution to our climate crisis. And so the first meeting, in fact, was held in Bonn in June this year, And you will see now that the ocean, both in terms of solution and its own problems, is an integral part of what's happening at UNFCCC. And then, of course, we had the UN Ocean Conference, as I mentioned, in Lisbon. So this is all positive stuff. The BB&J, I know a few of you are thinking, well, we didn't get that BB&J done, the High Seas Treaty, but it will happen early next year, and that'll lead to robust governance of the high seas. Now, there's two other meetings that are really important coming up. One is this one here. And this one here, as far as the ocean is concerned, really is about finance. And I know that's what Africa is interested in as well. Where is the promised finance? And that's about restoring trust also between developed and developing countries, because we've been promised that those funds, I say we because I'm from a developing country in Fiji, we've been promised those funds, where are they? And the other, perhaps most important meeting of the year is the CBD COP15 in Montreal, where if things go right, and I believe they will because over 100 countries are now supporting this, 30 by 30, 30% of the planet to be protected by 2030. This is absolutely essential business. It's about stopping the massive extinction of species, which is going to happen if we don't protect that 30%. So that will be followed up in terms of that positive decision, which I believe will be taken by the Impact 5 conference in Vancouver in February, where we will actually put some teeth and some practical ideas into place to achieve that 30 by 30. So all in all, as I say, it's been a good year, and let's celebrate our victories, but take it with salt, because as I said before, the indices are otherwise still going downwards. So in conclusion, I would just like to highlight again that the sustainable blue economy, of which Seychelles is such an active player, is the future of mankind. Whether it's food and nutrition, or whether it's the health with the end of the antibiotic age and us looking for new pharmaceuticals, it's the ocean. Whether it's energy, renewable energy, the replacement of oil by all the energy that the ocean has got there through wind and tide and wave. That is our future on this planet. So everybody, you look after the ocean and it'll look after you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Peter. And just to say that we are also all here in the room very grateful for all your work, and the achievement you've presented will not have been able to deliver without your leadership over the last years. So congratulations, Peter, and look forward for much more in the coming years. Now it's time to turn to leaders on the continent to discuss about the Great Blue Wall, and would like to invite the host of today's event, the President of Seychelles, President Ramkalawan. Please, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening. After listening to such inspirational speeches, I'm not too sure whether mine will be as inspirational. But I can tell you, as we talk about the ocean and what we need to do to protect our ocean, Peter, you mentioned the 30 by 30. And of course, Seychelles is proud to have already covered the 30. In fact, we're at 32. And in my statement this earlier on, I mentioned that in 2023, Seychelles will participate again in the whole concept of mitigation, because in 2023, early 2023, we will be announcing that as far as mangroves and seagrass meadows are concerned, we will be protecting those at 100%. So again, participating in the mitigation. Well, it is indeed a great honor for Seychelles to be hosting this event, because not only is it good that you are hosting an event, but it is good when you are hosting something which is very close to your heart. And And as far as Seychelles is concerned, not only are we seeing the effects of climate change directly on our islands and on the coast, but we believe that we have to do something. And last year in Scotland at COP26, I ended my statement by saying, the time is yesterday. And I think we all realize that time is not on our side. And when we're talking about 1.5 increase, of course we have to turn to the ocean again, because this is the big sink that will help us to achieve this. And at the same time, as we protect our ocean, this will ensure that the livelihood of our people of all nations are sustained. Well, I think the commitments on this initiative were proudly announced at the One Ocean Summit in Brest. Again, I had the privilege of attending the One Ocean Summit, and unfortunately could not make it to the Ocean Conference in Portugal. But I think today's event gives us the opportunity to rekindle our efforts on the one hand, and also to re-engage with much zeal and commitment as we push forward this agenda. The Great Blue Wall Initiative is definitely bound to be the nexus of climate change adaptation, conservation, and the blue economy. I consider it to be the solution to further prosperity of a blue world, of how we will protect our only blue planet. And I am definitely very pleased to see that the role of the ocean in addressing climate change is now being widely recognized. And I fully support the words of my good friend Uhuru Kenyatta. We've turned our backs to the ocean for too long, and now we have to go back in there. We have to be mermaids in a sense, go back to the ocean in order for us to give it its real value. So it is all interesting to see how the world is now turning to the ocean. When we're talking of cleansing the oceans from plastic, and again, this is something that we in Seychelles have experienced. I'm happy to see Jeremy, one of our young Seychellois here, together with my son and other youth. They spent a couple of weeks on the Aldabra Atoll, and during those couple of weeks, they removed over 25 metric tons of plastic. And yet, Aldabra is in the middle of the ocean. Aldabra has no factories next to it, doesn't produce 1 ounce of plastic, but it was filled with plastic. And as we speak, it's not the 25 metric tons were not it was not the volume of plastic. It's probably doubled, trebled, and I'm not too sure whether we will be able to remove all the plastic that is on the atoll of Aldabra. But as we are on the atoll of Aldabra, one of the projects that we have with UNESCO is Aldabra is already a World Heritage Site, but now we want to move towards giving it a new status, the biodiversity status. And only last month, Prince Albert of Monaco was on Aldabra, leading the Monaco expedition. And the one thing that they were doing, and which Seychelles fully supported, was for the expedition to collect samples of coral. And the idea is very simple. Many islands are involved in replanting corals. But the concept is, if you replant corals, the same corals that were affected by bleaching, then probably when the sea temperature rises again, those corals will die. So what about doing research to find whether there aren't more resilient corals? Do the research, explore the results, and then replant the resilient corals. And this will help save the reefs. And we all know, if we save the reefs, that will help in reducing the power of the waves. This will help in reducing coastal erosion. And who knows, we might win the fight against bleaching and in protecting all that we want to protect, thus the ocean. But of course, all of us who are here are advocates, promoters, and leaders in our own way, in this blue space. And therefore, we have to take on the challenge. And the one thing, as I say, we cannot take the challenge alone. It's got to be a collective effort. And thus, when we had the race in Seychelles to save the ocean race, we were talking about the one ocean. Let us stop talking about the Indian Ocean, the Pacific Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, but let's talk about the one ocean. And it's that one ocean that we have to protect. And therefore, yes, we're talking about the Indian Ocean, and specifically in terms of the Great Blue Wall, but by doing something in the Western Indian Ocean, we will obviously be doing other things to save, be it the Atlantic, be it the Pacific, be it the other oceans. So we have to come together. There's no two way about it. And the ocean is now recognized as the source of food for humanity. And we have to save this ocean, this one ocean. We have to explore it to know exactly what it will give us. But exploring it also means protecting it. And may I say again, that this is why we're all excited in the Seychelles about the Great Blue Wall initiative, because we also want to protect the fish. And I don't know what happened this year, but of course with climate change, right now the seas around the main islands are full of anchovies. And of course, being food for the bigger fish have come in. But because Seychelles is very serious about protecting especially the yellowfin tuna, we have seen now that a lot of tuna fishing vessels have exhausted their quota, and they are all there in Port Victoria, not able to fish. And for us, it's also good news, because there is a lot of food, so which means that the stocks can replenish. And again, we say thank you God for allowing this to happen. So my dear friends, I am indeed excited. And of course, when I meet other heads of state, when I see their excitement about protecting the oceans, when we meet in the AOC's regrouping, we are all excited, because we want to protect, as island people, as islanders, we have a special attachment to the ocean. And again, this is where we're talking about the MVI to protect us from the vulnerability, because climate change happens all over the world, but even though we are we are not guilty for what is happening, we pay the cost. And again, I just mentioned it in my statement. Seychelles, for example, which has low emissions. We have low emissions, but we also clean up the CO2 that we produce through the mangroves and through the seagrass meadows, so which makes us in the Seychelles a zero contributor to the destruction of the planet. Zero, and yet when we're talking about loss and damage and other things, we are the first meeting. So I'm all excited when I see heads of state who are leading in that direction, and I can only say, as a large oceanic state, Seychelles is indeed a trustworthy partner. So in this initiative, we will be there, leading wherever we need to lead, fighting strong, standing strong. So all of us are in it together, and let's do it together. Thank you.
Thank you, President. And indeed, you are not only leading in the region, but we know that the Great Blue World has inspired leaders in the Pacific, in the Mediterranean, in the Caribbean, to replicate this model and this vision. And now I would like to give the floor to my good colleague Nassim Ullman from UNECA, who will moderate the next panel.
Thank you very much, Nias. Good afternoon, everyone. So we move to the second panel, to the panel after this very inspiring remarks by His Excellency, the President of Kalawan. So now it's about leadership, commitment and implementation. So let me start by calling Her Excellency the Commissioner Josefa Sako from the African Union, the Commissioner of Rural Economy and Agriculture of the African Union Commission, to share with us some remarks. Commissioner.
Thank you, moderator, for giving me the floor. Good afternoon, every one of you. I will first of all like to recognize the presence of His Excellency Wevel Ramkalawan, the President of the Republic of Seychelles and the African Union champion for the blue economy. Sir, thank you very much for accepting this invitation and to be taking your time to be here with us. That shows your leadership in what you believe. And from your brilliant remarks, we learned a lot, and we know that we trusted this championship in the right person in the right place. Thank you very much. Honorable ministers present here, Honorable Excellency ambassadors, I would also like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Antonio Pedro, Executive Secretary of UNECA, that had an initiative to organize this important side event. The high-level champions present here, envoys and representatives, ladies and gentlemen, all distinguished participants, all protocol duly observed. I'm very pleased to address this high-level event on the Great Blue Wall Initiative. In African Union, our head of states also adopted in 2006 the Great Green Wall. So I think that inspired, the islands and the coastal to do something also to preserve this important part of our planet, which is the seas and the oceans. I bring you greetings from His Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, who is here, but due to his own agenda, he could not join, so I came to represent him. At the outset, allow me to congratulate the organizers of their leadership, the leadership to this important initiative, because when we started the COP, we said we don't want talk, we want to showcase. And this is really an initiative that we are showing case because we want to implement. We know everything, like President said. We know everything, we know the problem, we know the solution. Let's tackle it, let's address, let us mobilize more resources in order to start implementation, because this COP is a COP of implementation, action, action, action. Implementation, implementation, implementation. So we really need to be bold and tell the global north that here we are talking about real programs, because when we go to the Green Fund or the Global Fund for Environment, they tell us we don't have bankable project. This is a bankable project. So let us buy in, this important initiative that Africa needs, so that we are really contributing in the global reduction of emission on our continent. The Great Blue Wall is an African-led initiative which speaks to the African Union's ethos of, which speaks to the African Union's ethos that says African solution to African problem, made in Africa. And we are inspired by the evolution of this initiative in such a short span of time that, we are really doing some action and bringing it to Sharm el-Sheikh to showcase that we have an initiative and we will need support for that. I'm fully committed, Excellency President, that we are going to mobilize funds so that we can implement it, because I was in your country and I saw how determined you are in terms of innovation, in terms of conservation. So really, we are going to work together. Our oceans and seas are at the heart of the climate debate in African Union. As you can know, with the reform process, the African Union leaders, head of state and government, they put a department of blue economy. We didn't have it. It's to show you how important the blue economy is inside the policy and strategy of African Union. So we are really working now to look at how we can untap the potential of this important sector of our economy that God blessed us, because we have 38 countries in Africa that are coastal. This is really, a potential we have, and we need to create jobs for our youth. We need to create jobs and empower women in the fishery sector. This is very important. That's why I wanted to really, support it. As the world's largest, like it was already said, that oceans are the world's largest carbon sink. Our oceans absorb, it was already said, 90%, but it's good when you're talking and talk facts and you talk really science. 90% of the heat from global emission and up to 30% of the CO2 emission. It is also one of the world's most important repository of biodiversity, which is significant considering that we'll soon be heading to the CDB. It was saying CDB COP in December. Next month we are going to have the COP15 in Montreal, and yet less than 50 countries have included ocean in their NDCs. We are here to talk about how are we doing with the Paris Agreement. We want to implement Paris Agreement because this was COP21. So this is important because that is really the blueprint of solving problems. And tomorrow we have with our head of states the 3 commissions that the African Union established, the Climate Commission of the Sahel for desertification. We have a Climate Commission of the Congo Basin, and we have the Climate Commission of the island, which Excellency is also a champion on that important commission. So those are the commissions that were set up, to implement the NDC of the COP of the Paris Agreement. Furthermore, oceans, despite being a key asset of humankind, are bearing the brunt of climate change and man-made impacts. We already know that oceans are becoming warmer and more acidic, and the plastic have been found in more than 1,400 plus species. Even though we have only mapped less than 10% about this issue of the ocean. So we need to map more and know and have more evidence-based, scientific evidence-based to bring in our statistics when we are doing the advocacy about the importance of this important sector. Our coastal communities and cities are at a risk. taking action on protecting our ocean and seas, it's very urgent. And so it's utilizing them to fight climate change. Last year we were in Maputo, in Mozambique, for the Born Blue. And I think one of the previous speaker said about Nascer, in Portuguese, my language, they say Nascer Azul. It's an initiative that the Republic of Mozambique brought it, and they want it to be a Pan-African Hello? So we want this Nasser Bleu, Blue, to become a Pan-African initiative so that every 2 years, we organize it 2 years, every 2 years we meet, we have a platform with all the stakeholders because it was a very huge meeting that we had in Mozambique last year. And every year we should come on board and then start doing this type of mini COPs in this special thematic. So we are negotiating with the Mozambican government so that we will be adopted in our STC, the STC, the Special Technical Committee of Ministers, so that we will have it as one of the Pan-African initiatives for this implementing mostly the blue economy problematic. Furthermore, ocean, in Africa, especially our ocean and seas, are an important source of livelihood, food security and nutrients, especially the animal protein from the seafood, which is critical for the coastal community reliance in fishery. It is also one of the main repositories that I say of biodiversity. 38 out of 55 African member states have direct access to the sea or ocean. The African Union is proud to have acknowledged the importance of protecting and unlocking the potential of the marine resource by expanding our institutional mandate to include the blue economy, and it is a matter of priority for us to support the growing of African leadership on ocean matters. For this reason, we welcome the Great Blue Wall Initiative and stand ready to support the African model for conservation, restoration, and nature-based creation of livelihood of coastal community. In our culture, we believe in Ubuntu. We always say that if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. We are hearing also our sister organization from the UN, FAO, that are saying they're using their own initiative hand in hand. We have to put hand in hand and solve this problem. So it is clear that we want to take this initiative very far and reach the ambition of making the Western Indian Ocean a hotspot for peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable, thriving seas. In this, I would like to commend the spirit of emphasis of the Great Blue Wall Initiative in integrating livelihood and especially coastal community as a fundamental part of the initiative. As part of its implementation of the African Blue Economy Strategy. The African Union has engaged in rural women, women in science, young entrepreneurs, and various stakeholders from the continent who have stated in a very clear term that the time for Africa to benefit from its ocean is now. We believe that the Great Blue Wall Initiative provides such pathway to for these stakeholders to amplify their voice and contribute positively to the SDG 14. We therefore call upon partners to endow the the GBWI with the necessary resources and investment that is merit with technical expertise and with potential support. We also call upon a whole of the society engagement with the GBWI bringing together policymakers, private sector, and also science, academia, and special grassroots, women, youth, and the community. We have no doubt that the GBWI is a model to be proud of. I will be remiss it will be remiss of me not to draw a parallel of the African Union flagship program, which I said at the beginning of my statement, the Great Green Wall Initiative, which inspired the naming of the Great Blue Wall Initiative. The Great Green Wall Initiative has started out of the groundbreaking project of combined nature-positive solution to the climate and livelihood while addressing issues of land degradation, stabilization in situation of conflict, and community-based ownership of conservation. Now, it has expanded to other regions of the continent. It started in the Sahel, now the southern region, we have a project on the Great Green Wall due to the good results that came out because family came back to their origin, to their place of origin in the Sahel. Now, it is expanded to the other region of the continent and is breaking ground in multiple sectors. It is my sincere hope that the Great Blue Wall should do the same. I would like to reiterate our support as African Union Commission for this initiative, and I thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, shukran. Muito obrigada, asante sana. Muitas gracias.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. You are really giving sense to the term commitments. And a slight change in the program, as we are honored to have with us Borge Brand, the president of the World Economic Forum, but he has to leave, and thank you for staying with us a little bit more. So I invite him just to share with us in less than 2 minutes some insights. Okay.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in the African spirit, I will then add all protocol observed. Thank you for this consequential initiative on the blue economy. I think this COP will not only make necessary momentum into financing, but I hope we can follow up what we achieved also under Ambassador Thompson's leadership on the blue economy in Glasgow. Because as was underlined, the blue economy is really a solution. The cost of inaction far exceeds the cost of action when it comes to saving our oceans. And as we all know, the oceans is the solution because they are really taking care of what the mess we have developed. With our planet is on fire and the ocean takes 30% of the CO2 as a sink, and it takes almost 90% of the heat that we have created. But there are limits for what the ocean can absorb, and we are there at the tipping point. So, together with you, also the business community here, with Andrew Forrest and other leaders, and with the political leaders here, Mr. President, and others, we'll make sure that in the run-up also to COP28 in UAE, we'll make sure that the blue economy is on the agenda, and we'll make sure that the oceans will also be taken care of, and that we have the business community to take more responsibility for oceans in the years to come. We have CEOs that have committed to net zero by 2050. We have CEOs that have committed to net zero by 2040. But no, we have to have a coalition of business leaders committing to clear targets when it comes to emissions and when it comes to the blue economy and the oceans. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for Burger for these really inspiring words and for already bringing us to the next COP. So we have a lot to do from now to the next COP on the blue economy. So let's also be inspired by him on the speeches. So let me call now His Excellency the Governor Otichilo from Kenya to share with us what is already happening in Kenya. Governor.
First, I wish to convey our greetings from our president, who is here but attending other functions, and he has requested me to represent him in this very important function. He has also requested me, Your Excellency the President, to thank you very much for the invitation to this function. Kenya is committed to blue economy, to the conservation of our oceans, and therefore we are here to stand with the Seychelles and all other Western Indian region countries to work out on this very great and noble project, the Great Blue Wall project. We want to say we are committed. And therefore, the President requested me to come over and represent him in this function, and he requested me to say the following. So I'll read exactly what he told me to do. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my sincere honor and privilege on behalf of Kenya to be part of this important program, the Great Blue Wall event. I appreciate and applaud the Republic of Seychelles for its commitment to realize the aim of the Great Blue Wall initiative that was launched at the UNFCCC COP26 in November 2021 in Glasgow, UK, by the Western Indian Ocean states and partners, including the International Union of Conservation of Nature, IUCN. As you are aware, the initiative will dramatically accelerate and scale up ocean actions and support countries' leadership and commitment to climate and biodiversity targets, while also unlocking the development of the blue economy. Conservation and protection of mangrove and sea ecosystems contribute to the achievement of the SDGs, particularly goal number 14 on life under water and goal number 13 on climate action. A thriving and productive blue economy is inherent to sustainable management of blue carbon ecosystems. At the outset, let me state that Kenya is endowed with mangroves and seagrasses covering approximately 65,000 hectares and 31 hectares respectively, which is managed within the legal framework, namely the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the Forest Conservation and Management Act of 2016, the National Mangrove Management Plan of 2017-2027, and Vision 2030. As you are aware, the blue economy is a multifaceted sector, and all other sectors of the economy are either directly or indirectly linked. Given the wide array and complex nature of the sector, the management and development of the blue economy sector requires support, cooperation, and collaboration of many players at both different national and regional levels. Indeed, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Kenya's commitment to the UN Decade of Ecosystems Restoration is firm. The country is finalizing the National Blue Economy Strategy, development and review of policies, strategies, regulations, and management plans relating to fisheries and allied marine resources management, and the enhancement of conservation and management strategies that support the protection of marine ecosystems. Further, the strengthening of the governance of community structures in participatory resource management of freshwater, coastal and marine ecosystems, including community forest association and beach management units, is at the core of our development agenda. I want to confirm that Kenya is creating an enabling environment for private sector investment in the blue economy and financing the blue economy sector to support the conservation of the marine mangrove ecosystem that will deliver the preservation of the genetic material of threatened marine species. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, that Kenya will still be relied upon to drive the agenda for better management of seascapes, for improved ecosystem functioning and improved livelihoods. To this end, it is important for countries, including Kenya, to determine the value of its mangrove forests, seagrass distribution, coverage, and species composition, support coral relief restoration initiatives, harness the mitigation and adaptation benefits of sustainable blue economy, including payment for ecosystem services programs. Indeed, promote and expand opportunities for nature-based enterprises and solutions, including seaweed farming and mangrove ecotourism, facilitate research to monitor trends of the stressors like pollution, climate change, and overexploitation, and determine what the impacts are on our critical habitats. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Kenya is ready to provide leadership on the Great Blue Wall Initiative and to firmly impede this in its coastal and marine conservation program. We look forward to the full recognition of the vital role played by the blue economy, as investments in the area will go a long way to restore degraded ecosystems such as mangroves for the good of our global ecosystem. I welcome you all to Kenya as partners in this endeavor. We will provide the necessary policy, legal, and institutional environment for engagement and investment in the country and in the region. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Governor. So let me call now, representing His Excellency the Minister, Maibazi, the Minister of Land and Environment of Mozambique. Let me call Madame Jadwiga Masinga, who is the Director of Climate Change of the Republic of Mozambique.
I don't know. Okay? No, it's okay. Your Excellencies, thank you very much for this opportunity. Okay. Maybe I will start. Your Excellencies, all protocol observed. I'm here in behalf of Mozambique and especially of Minister of Land and Environment. My minister, she has got other commitments, but because she found this initiative very important for our country, which has got more than 2,700 of cost. So we are really very interested in being a part of this very good initiative. We think that participation in this event, in general, in the debate, commitments and partnership opportunities that the COP27 and the Great Blue Wall may bring to Mozambique, to our region, and to global biodiversity, climate and resilience commitments are very important. Mozambique is strongly affected by climate change impacts, so commitment to fulfill sustainable development goals, including conservation of biodiversity, coastal and marine, and to deliver the ecosystem services, healthy ecosystem services for our communities is very important. Our commitment can be seen in our government 5-year plan, in our legal instruments, and our plans like National Territorial Development Plan, which includes 12 miles of territorial sea. We also recently approved the Marine Area Master Plan, also decided which area should be more developed in what is in our Marine Master Plan set. We also should mention that we have strategy and investment plans for the conservation of biological diversity, for national adaptation and for the blue economy, which all guide us in the development of projects and partnership for investment on the territorial development. We would like to thank UCN and other partners for the support which is aligned with our priorities. We reaffirm as a country our commitment to implement the required instruments and financing for the Pemba-Kirimba seascape, as well for the Inyambane area protected landscape, which has got very beautiful and rich in biodiversity by Bazarutu archipelago. We reaffirm through these actions our engagement with our regional peers through the transfrontier conservation efforts and commitments, and our support to the Great Blue Wall initiative, from which we expect to have more cooperation, strengthened resource mobilization, partners coordination for the achievement of our national and global commitments. We have been together with the Great Blue Wall since last year at the Marseille Congress, where we supported the launching. We continue together and we look forward to its materialization and support. We also count on this initiative for the successful implementation of the projects aiming at the restoration and conservation of the oceans, coastal area and conservation areas, including and above all, providing better sustainable livelihoods and new income for the population who live in the coastal area. The sustainability of conservation areas, key biodiversity areas, sustainable territorial management implies the inclusion and equitable participation of the communities who live there. Mozambique has adopted and implements conservation programs based on this approach of community integration and participation, with a perspective on including young people and women. It is also expected that this inclusion contributes to better livelihoods and improving production and nutrition systems. We count with this initiative and the coming opportunities, and we hope that this event and the COP27 result in strengthening the ties between ocean nations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Edwiga, for your intervention and the commitment of Mozambique for the Great Blue Wall. We'll have to close in 8 minutes, so we'll adjust the program. So we'll go for the closing session, and I will invite Jean-Paul Adam to moderate this closing session.
Merci beaucoup, Nassim. Thank you very much. Mr. President and dear colleagues, thank you very much for your patience, and we'll be going directly for the closing session. And just before we do, I would just like to mention that the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa is very proud to support the Great Blue Wall, and in particular around the mobilization of financing for the Great Blue Wall. And there will be a link in terms of how we will develop this in the context of raising finance from debt for climate adaptation swaps, from the development of carbon markets, and the availability of and the ability of countries to raise money as well from their domestic markets, as well as significant support from international funding agencies. So I would now like to invite first Mr. Nigel Topping, the UNFCCC High-Level Climate Champion, to share with us a few closing remarks. Thank you.
It's working. Good evening, everybody. All protocol observed. In the interest of time, Mr. President, thank you so much for gracing us with your presence and for your leadership here. You know, when the parties asked the champions to come back in Glasgow to present a plan for how we're going to develop the work of non-state actors, we really focused on two things that I think are very relevant tonight. One is the need to regionalize work, and the other one is finance. And so I'm just reflecting that earlier today, the Secretary General, after a very beautiful and emotional film from the presidency, spoke, and he said that those who give up hope are sure to lose. And what I love about this initiative, the Great Blue Wall, is it's like the embodiment of hope. It's collective activity for those who've decided not to lose, but as the Commissioner said, African family in African soil, African water, solving an African problem with African solutions, and it's something that I think is very inspiring for others. It's becoming one of a whole series of regional initiatives which we're excited to see emerging, especially now that as the high-level champions we've been able to build our work in Africa under the leadership of Bokolo Kenawendo, our sister from Botswana. So we have the Great Green Wall, the Commissioner mentioned, the Great Blue Wall. We now have the African Green Hydrogen Alliance, AFR 100, of course, with 32 countries. African Climate Markets Initiative going to be launched here. The Nairobi Declaration on Insurance. So I think it's really exciting to see so many regional initiatives with multiple countries and other non-state actors, businesses, NGOs, as appropriate. So mainly what I want to do, this is something I get to do as a champion, is just say how thrilled I am to see the quality of the collaboration here. But I also wanted to point to the importance of science and rigor when it comes to attracting investment. One of the things that we've done with Mahmoud and the Egyptian presidency, with the help of the UN Economic Commissions, and starting, and I think most emphatically in Africa, was to hold a series of finance roundtables. And this project stood out in the work we did in UNESCO and Addis Ababa as one of the most financeable projects. But there's a lot of work to do to take good projects to being investable. And that's one of the things I'd like to encourage us all to lean in on, so we have more countries on the donor side, on the implementation side, and more non-state actor friends leaning in. Final thing to say is we're now in a rhythm of action ratcheting every year. So a real strong commitment from the high-level champions, from me as I hand over, and Mahmoud as he continues, and the Emiratis come over as the hosts of COP28. Let's make this one of the signature initiatives where we can really demonstrate momentum against the very specific goals. And this is the final thing to leave with. These specific goals are not one-dimensional. 2 million hectares of marine protection, 2 million kilometers squared of marine protection. I know the marine scientists will pick up the metrics here. 2 million hectares of mangroves restored, 100 million tons of carbon sequestered per year by 2030, and 1 million jobs. So it's climate, it's biodiversity, and it's development all wrapped together. So I commend all the partners and look forward to hearing about much more progress when we meet again in Dubai. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nigel. And I think you've really emphasized how this can be transformative for African countries and the bankability, which is a critical aspect. I would now like to go to our other co-conveners to have Mr. Stuart McGuinness, the Deputy Director General of IUCN, to share some closing remarks before our Executive Secretary will then end us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nigel's actually said quite a lot that I was going to say, so I think, again, I just want to reinforce this. I find this exceedingly inspiring, real hope. As hope born out of urgency that these are countries that are actually already experiencing, as you all too well know, the impacts of climate change. But I think the very fact is that there is action happening on the ground. Far, far too often we hear it's going to take too long, or there's a lot of ambition but there's not enough progress. But I just wanted us just to take stock on this for 1 minute. In September last year, I had the privilege of moderating a panel with many of the representatives from West African states to test the idea with other partners. By November, we had launched the Great Blue Wall. But then after that, we moved, and there was this feeling, well, how long will it take to actually get things moving? We've talked about the great work of the Great Green Wall. We also noted it took the Great Green Wall 30 years to grow legs to actually move. How long could we actually how long would it take us to get things moving? Well, by February, UNECA, the parties to UNECA had endorsed the idea. They said we want to run with it. And then in June, we had leadership from Mozambique and from Tanzania announcing two significant seascape protected areas, the northern Mozambique seascape and the Tanga Pemba seascape. We've had 50 projects in that time. 50 projects have now been aligned. Do I need to stand back, or is it my Irish intonations that have 50 projects have now been aligned with the three pillars: protection, restoration, blue economy. And then most recently, we've now got 12 million in new projects coming in from France, Ireland and Germany. And this is just a start. It's just a start. But we've already heard from His Excellency Filipe Nyusi just about the ambition that Seychelles is going to have next year with protection of seagrass ecosystems, mangroves, etc. So IUCN is really delighted. We're happy that we have been mandated to establish a secretariat, and we will work with UNECA on that. And I want to guarantee our complete commitment. I also want to pick up on one point that Nigel said. This needs to be science-led. We need to ensure that this is informed by the very best science. And so I'm really pleased to say that we are going to prioritise the mapping and assessment of critical coastal ecosystems in the Western Indian Ocean, so that we can identify the risks of ecosystem collapse for prioritisation. In conclusion, I want to look forward to where we might be in COP28. We want to see more partners. We certainly want to see more resources. But one other thing I do think it's very important to highlight, we need to see more integration. We need to be able to move ahead. Instead of trying to solve one problem at a time, there's no time left. We now need to start to be able to have solutions and packages of solutions that can deal with jobs, that can deal with biodiversity loss, that can deal with climate change. It's okay, I'm almost finished anyway. And I really do believe one of the things we've got is nature-based solutions. Nature-based solutions is a framework now that allows us to drive forward with economic well-being for local communities, for biodiversity conservation, for addressing climate action, and both in terms of mitigation and adaptation. And one thing I would really hope that we will see coming away from this COP is that nature-based solutions is formally recognised in the outcomes of this COP, so that we can actually really start to give ourselves a framework to continue to drive forward with the real ambition and with the real action that's already on the ground with the Great Blue Wall. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. McGuinness. And I think, as you pointed out, the Great Blue Wall is eventually, hopefully, will cover the whole of the continent. Mr. President, you also made that point. And what we do in the individual countries contributes to the health of the whole planet. I would now have the great pleasure to invite the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Mr. Antonio Pedro, to deliver closing remarks and as the last speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, my colleagues, of course, have given me a speech to read. But before I do so, I would like to also echo the sentiment of hope. And let me take you back a couple of years ago. I think it was about 2014 or so, a group of colleagues of mine from all sorts of places in the world, we met together in Rwanda for a book sprint to put together the Africa handbook or policy book on the blue economy. And that was the start of the recognition of the importance of the blue economy for the continent. And we are therefore very, very happy today in seeing Your Excellency leading this Blue Wall initiative, because this is indeed a reflection of what we expected to happen in the context of the diversification of Africa's economy. I'm equally happy because I'm from Mozambique, and I was born in an island, in a coastal city called Mashishi. So blue economy is at the core of what we believe in Mozambique. We have one of the best prawns in the world, and I have disputes with a couple of colleagues. So, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this is essentially to thank you for your support in making this project a reality. As Nigel said earlier, it's really about now moving from the demonstration of what is possible to raising to another level of scale and ambition, so that the entire continent, we have a combination of nature conservation, but also of empowering local communities in having sustainable livelihoods. And this is a critical concept in mainstreaming the blue economy. We need to demonstrate the value proposition of nature conservation. And this example of the blue economy is indeed an intersection of an effort to support nature conservation and realizing sustainable livelihoods in coastal communities. So the ultimate goal of this Great Blue Initiative is therefore to replicate the pilot initiative on other coasts of the continent. It is important that we promote this not only from a conservation perspective, but equally so from a much larger sustained development agenda. Scaling up impact requires expansion of these pilot studies to the countries covered by the Great Wall and provide member states, key stakeholders, with reliable, consolidated data to support sustainable investment in development related to SDG 14. So the earlier comments about the importance of having evidence-based policy decision-making and implementation is absolutely critical to the future moving forward. In addition, under the Great Wall and the Great Blue Wall, SCA has dedicated work to catalyze blue investment through the development of capacity building and training programs for member states to understand the market mechanism, credit rating, blue bond issuing frameworks, legal and regulatory legislative frameworks, project reporting requirements, and ESG standards. I think we need to create appetite for the blue economy, for blue economic projects. Earlier I was discussing also with Nigel how we can marry these initiatives, for example, with ESG factors. the Global Reporting Initiative and how we can utilize the Dow Jones Sustainability Index to attract more and more interest to these kinds of investments. Our regional response to climate challenge is important. Here, I would like to underscore the role of the African Union Commission in making this indeed an Africa-wide and global initiative. Beyond its contribution to local economies in the form of sustainable blue entrepreneurship, the Blue Wall can contribute to conserving and restoring critical marine and coastal ecosystems through mobilization of impact investors for large-scale corridors and networks of projects. The Great Blue Wall does represent a sustainable pipeline of investments. Recognizing that increasing debt levels may be a barrier to this form of financing, a regional blue bond could also provide a means of refinancing portions of member countries' more expensive debt. New bond issuances that both refinance all the expensive debt and provide new liquidity can provide the framework for larger scale debt for climate conversions and thereby address some of the concerns of high individual transaction costs. Scaling up existing projects from the national level to the East African regional level first and to the continental level afterwards represents a game changer. It provides a framework to channel investments into conservation and creation of livelihoods, as I indicated earlier. It can provide predictable flows of investment into coastal protection. Most important of all, it can change the lives of people living in coastal communities. And this is the type of intervention that matters most, people-centered investments. Before concluding, I would like to present our sincere appreciation to the government of the Republic of Seychelles for bringing us together for this event, as well as to all the other partners supporting this transformative intervention. Our thanks also goes to the IUCN for putting in place the building blocks. Thank you for your attention and your support for this initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ES. We will continue to fight on who has the best fish. Being from Seychelles myself. Mr. President, merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. Wish you all a very good evening. I would just like to invite the President, our Executive Secretary, Commissioner Sacco, the Minister to take a photograph, and Governor, please. We can have a very quick photograph before you leave. And thank you to all the audience members in person and online. Thank you so much. Please.